Welcome to the closed session portion of the City Council meeting. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is now 5:45 p.m. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call?
Councilmember Gama.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Perez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
And Mayor McQueen LaShawn.
Here. Thank you. We'll now hear public comments. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
No public comments for closed session.
Thank you. Madam City Attorney, please read the closed session item into the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one matter going into closed session. It is under anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. The number of potential cases is 1, and based on existing facts and circumstances, the legislative body of the local agency has decided to initiate or is deciding whether to initiate litigation. At the conclusion of the closed session and the commencement of the general session, to the extent there's any reportable action, I will report out.
Thank you. Are there any conflicts of interest by our council members?
Yes, Mayor. I live approximately 984 feet from said property, and out of extreme caution, I think it's best that I recuse myself from this.
Great, thank you, Councilmember Gama. Anyone else? All right. If not, now we'll go ahead and recess to closed session. The time is now 5:46. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. The time is now 6:30. Please stand and join us and Mayor Pro Tem for the flag salute.
Okay, hand over your heart. Face the flag. Ready, go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. All right. Madam Clerk, please take roll.
Councilmember Gama,
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Here.
Councilmember Perez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Here.
and Mayor McQueen LaJean.
Here. And tonight, I have the awesome responsibility to present the inspiration, and so I'll do that now. So we just came back from Holy Week, Good Friday, and so whether you observed or commemorated Good Friday, also known again as Holy Week, Holy Friday, Great Friday, Friday of Passion of the Lord. Are there any other names that you give Good Friday? Anyone? Any other titles you put on Good Friday? Some of the others include Crucifixion Day, Solemn Fast Day, Friday of Ember Week, or Friday before Easter, or Friday in Holy Week. So whatever you call it, if you observe it or not, it's a solemn Christian holy day commemorating the crucifixion of Jesus and his death at Calvary. Ultimately, it's a day of reflection and remembrance for many in our community. It marks a time when we pause to honor the sacrifice, compassion, and hope at the heart of our Easter story. So as we move forward from Good Friday, we should all look forward to the promise of renewal and new beginning. Whether you observe Easter, are preparing for spring, or simply spending time with loved ones, I encourage all of us as we move forward to carry with us the values of kindness, resilience, and unity. Let this season be a reminder that even after the darkest moments, light returns. With this, I wish peace, strength, and hope to each of you and your families, whether near or far. Thank you. All right. So now we're going to have our city attorney to give a closed session report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On a vote of 4-0 with Councilmember Gama having recused himself, the City Council did provide direction to initiate an action, and that the action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry, unless to do so would jeopardize service of process on the adverse parties or the ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to the agency's advantage.
Thank you, City Attorney. We'll now move to public comments. These are the public comments not pertaining to the agenda items. Your public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do, Mayor. First is Javier Garnica.
Hello, City Council members, members of the public. My name is Javier Garnica. I am the youth organizer, Parwanimi Youth Organizer with Future Leaders of America. I'm just here to extend an invitation to all of you, to all of the public. We will be FLA with the collaboration of the Ventura County Public Health Department and Ventura County Behavioral Health and some other local organizations. We will be hosting a tobacco forum this next Wednesday, April 30th. It's going to be our research table is from it starts at 4:30 and the program starts at 5:30. We'll be having presentations on the matter. Local experts are going to be giving updates, responsible responsible tobacco and cannabis policy efforts across Ventura County. So we just want to extend an invitation to everyone. Our youth, along with Bright Youth as well, are going to be presenting and giving updates on their policy efforts, not just here in Port Hueneme and Oxnard, but also in Carpinteria. Again, it's happening this upcoming April 30th, Wednesday, from 4:30 to 7:30. I left some flyers for everyone. If you would like to RSVP and join us, you can do so using the QR code. As well, the sign-up link will be on our link tree on our Instagram. The @ is Flama_PH. And yeah, or for more info, you can also reach out to smoke-free vc@venturacounty.org, which is the email of VCASH, which is a Ventura County coalition that focuses on tobacco prevention. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Becky Bruning.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council, staff, and audience. I'm here tonight representing Rocapi Outdoors. We are having our family fish day this Sunday out at the end of the pier from 8 to 11:30. We furnish everything and it's free, so you have no excuse for not being there. We also are having our annual fundraiser dinner on June 1st. And if you're interested, I do have tickets.
Ned Branch.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council members and City Manager. I have a couple of announcements. My name is Ned Branch. I'm the Deputy Director for the Ventura County Library. And there are two important things that have happened since the last we addressed you. One is we have finally appointed someone to fill the position that Tim Fergal vacated late last year. The lady's name is Ann Hoja. Ann will be the East Region City Librarian, including the Pruder Library here in Port Hueneme. And for about over a year or so has been the director at our Oak Park Library. Prior to that, she was the library director at the Clymer Library in Pocono Pines, Pennsylvania, the library director at the South County Library in Bellport, New York, library director at the Pittston Area Memorial Library in Pittston, Pennsylvania, and the youth services librarian at both the Marianne Sutherland Kirby Library in Mountaintop, Pennsylvania, and the Bayview Free Library in Bayville, New York, and has also worked as a school media librarian. She comes to us holding a master's degree in library science from Clarion University of Pennsylvania and a bachelor's degree in education from Long Island University. So as you can see, she has a lot of experience, a wealth of experience. She has, she would have been here tonight to join me, and I would have had the opportunity to introduce her to you, but she's rather busy right now because, as to my second point, as you probably know, on May the 3rd, we'll be having the grand reopening of the Ray D. Pruder Library here in Port Hueneme. So we're a bit less than 2 weeks away, so she's a busy lady right now. So we'll have the opportunity after the reopening to bring her here to meet you, but those of you who can come on May the 3rd, and one of the reasons I'm here is to personally invite you to the reopening, which will be from 11 to 1 on Saturday, May the 3rd. I believe our mayor will be addressing the crowd. And at the same time, there will also be the official unveiling of the new mural that adorns the west wall of the library, which was, I think, completed in late November, very early December, but it's getting its coming out party on May the 3rd. Also, thanks to the city staff for doing a great job on resurfacing the library parking lot. And they're in the midst of re-landscaping it as, well, not as we speak. I think they knocked off for the evening, but they're busily doing that. So again, we hope to see you all there on May the 3rd from 11 to 1. Mr. Softy will be there, so don't pass up that opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you so much. I just wanted to say to Mr. Branch before he leaves, I got an opportunity to meet, I want to say, can't pronounce her last name, but Miss Ann at the Extravaganza. So it was really nice meeting her, so we're excited that she's here with us. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to move on to the agenda approval. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda?
Move to approve.
Second?
Great. Madam Clerk, please take a
All
vote.
in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the council with conflicts of interest to disclose regarding any agenda item? Nope. Okay, then we'll move on to presentations. I'd like to welcome Chief Federico to introduce the first presentation.
Good evening, everyone. This will be a presentation for our 2025 Dispatcher of the Year. You get to stand up next to me. It is with great pride and sincere appreciation that I stand before you today to recognize a truly exceptional member of the Port Hueneme Police Department, Lynette Adams, who has been named this year's Dispatcher of the Year. She has a big fan club. Lynette joined our department in 2000, and over the past 25 years, she has exemplified what it means to serve with professionalism, reliability, and compassion. Prior to her time with us, Lynette spent 2 years with the Oxnard Police Department, bringing her total law enforcement service to an impressive 27 years of service. And like many of us, she started as like a teenager over there, so, you know, the years mean nothing, right? Yeah. 27 years of service. In that time, Lynette has become a cornerstone of our communications team. She is calm, she has a steady voice behind the scenes during some of the most critical moments. Whether it's guiding the public through an emergency or supporting our officers in the field with clarity and precision, her ability to remain composed under pressure, combined with her procedural knowledge, has earned her the utmost respect of her peers and the gratitude of our entire department. Beyond her exceptional skill set, Lynette has taken on the role of mentor and leader. As a former senior records technician in the department and a dispatch certified training officer, she's invested in the growth and success of the new dispatchers. She's a tenured trainer in dispatch and has trained a lot of folks, including new officers when they come on, or maybe even the chief when he came back and had to sit there and learn some of the stuff about the new CAD system. However, Lynette is more than her professional accomplishments. She is a proud mother to her son, Brandon, who currently serves in the United States Marine Corps. He's also a former police explorer with us here. So I'd like to think maybe the police explorers and mom really helped to get this kid squared away, and we're very proud to have him deployed as a United States Marine. She also eagerly awaits the arrival of her first granddaughter. We're also very proud of Brandon for doing that at such a young age. This July. Her commitment to both her career and her family is truly inspiring. But I do have to say, the flowers are over here. Brandon reached out to make sure you had the flowers coming. Those are from him. For her unwavering dedication, her excellence in service, and the vital role she plays in the safety and success of our department and our community, it is our distinct honor to recognize Lynette Adams as the 2025 Dispatcher of the Year.
Yeah.
Want to say anything? Please.
Go ahead.
Any council members, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yes. So our dispatchers do not get enough recognition, appreciation, support. We know that your job is 100% necessary for our officers to be safe and to be able to do their job appropriately. Everyone works together as a team, and you don't get enough recognition. And I think we need to start taking more time to appreciate the job of a dispatcher, which is very difficult. You're the first line that comes in of any call, stressful call, suicide call, and you do a great job of handling the community, and you make sure that our officers are safe because they need you to be able to dispatch, that information to them. So I appreciate you. I know that you have kept my husband safe, so I appreciate that from a personal note. And all the times that I've heard all the stories of what happens in the PD, I've had the pleasure of sitting in the PD in the dispatch and watching the amazing, you guys answer the public phone in addition to the 911 calls, and it's Grand Central Station with a one-man army. So we appreciate you.
Anyone else?
Lynette, I just want to thank you for your 30 years of public safety service. That's incredible. You don't look a day over 21. Want to congratulate you on your family. Appreciate your husband. Make sure you thank him for his service. Oh, your son, yes. We appreciate your husband too for having a son. But and your granddaughter. But most importantly, in the 30 years or 27 years that you've been here in our city, I'm sure you've dealt with me a couple times. And, there's been a couple crazy things that I called in. And yes, the dispatchers are always so helpful in calming down. I need to get information. And I really appreciate the fact that you're there and you made our community better. Thank you.
Ms. Adams, thank you so much for your service of 25 years. I don't know that we've ever met over all this time, but I'm glad you're here, and we hope that you stay with us another 25 years. Thank you so much.
And congratulations, just the police chief stated that you're the calm behind that stressful call, and you're training your fellow subordinates, which is awesome. Congratulations. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, I'll just say ditto. And I'm looking behind you at your family, and there's someone in the black sweater with the pink, your sister, and I think she's as happy as you are today. Yes, we see that, and so thank you, and thank you for being a service member mom. That's a huge role as well, and so you're here at work, and then you have your son, right? And so we just thank you for all the service that you're providing to us and that you're providing to your son while he's providing to us. So we appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think we're going to take a picture. Yep. We can take one and you can invite your family as well. Family, we're going to take one, and then if you all want to come up, you can come up as well.
1, 2, 3. You don't want to come up? Everyone, come on up. See in the picture that you put them into.
Hand your phone over.
It's your photo op.
Come on, come on.
We need a photo.
There we go. Okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, and I'm sure the chief will get them over to you.
Okay, and we have two proclamations that we're going to read on the dais. The first one is the Earth Day, and the second one is Arbor Day. And while we're reading, we're going to ask that Mr. Cable comes up. He's the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. So we're going to read the proclamations, and then we're going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Earth Day is April 22nd, 2025. Today is April 21st, 2025. And if you didn't know, every Saturday is Earth Day at Hueneme Beach Cleanup. And so if you ever want to participate, we got the buckets, we got the sticks, we got a hand washing station. Come down at 8:30, we quit at 10. Okay, here we go. Proclamation, Earth Day, April 22nd, 2025. Whereas the first Earth Day was enacted in 1970 and engaged over 20 million Americans to advocate for a cleaner environment. And whereas Earth Day is an annual reminder of the constant need for environmental stewardship and sustainability efforts, and whereas it is understood that sustainability will only be achieved by meeting the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future generations, and whereas humankind is currently facing tremendous global challenges, among them the need to manage an increased amount of water, and whereas people of this earth from all walks of life desire to a healthy environment, and pollution has been associated with several health issues affecting the general population. And whereas the city supports projects that demonstrate and encourages energy and water conservation, recycling of solid waste, sustainability, and the usage of renewable energy. And whereas it is essential to involve the community in the design and implementation of solutions for pressing environmental issues and reducing pollution. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby have the distinct honor of proclaiming April 22nd, 2025 as Earth Day throughout the City of Port Hueneme, and encourages all citizens, businesses, and institutions to celebrate the earth and promote the protection of our environment. Charles?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, we got one more?
Good evening. I have the pleasure of reading the proclamation for Arbor Day, which is the fourth Wednesday in April. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas the holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce wind and water, erosion of our precious topsoil, lower our heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme does hereby proclaim the fourth Wednesday in April an Arbor Day in the City of Port Hueneme. Furthermore, all citizens are urged to celebrate Arbor Day, support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and to plant and care for trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. Proclaimed this 21st day of April 2025, Arbor Day.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We will be celebrating both Arbor Day and Earth Day, and we invite the general public to join us at Bolker Park. We're going to plant 3 coastal live oaks at 11 a.m. this Wednesday, April 23rd, and we encourage the public to join us then. In addition to our regular tree replacement throughout the city, we're going to plant 2 coastal live oaks at Miranda Park. This is a requirement of the Tree City USA, so we can keep our membership there. And again, we invite the public, and we thank the City Council for the support for these events. Thank you.
Member has a request to remove an item for discussion. Any items to be pulled? If not, can we get a motion and a second?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Great. Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll now move on to number 7, public hearing, approval of the coastal development permit for the Hueneme Beach Park Dune Restoration Project and determining the project is exempt from CEQA. Madam Clerk, do you have proof of publication as required by law and a complete file of reports and exhibits?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Great, thank you. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, members of council, staff and audience. Tony Stewart, the Community and Economic Development Director. And as soon as we get the presentation loaded up here, should be a very short one. This is pretty much just procedural. Back in December of last year, you actually approved a proposal by Ventura Surfrider Foundation for a dune restoration and maintenance project at the eastern portion of Wainimi Beach Park. As a reminder, this area in red is the area where the project would take place. And it will basically include removal of non-native vegetation within that area where we have the ice plant and whatnot, as well as to create a wider dune area to enhance native habitat and increase the resilience as sea levels rise for the community. And so like I said, short presentation here. The project is exempt from CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, per Section 15307, which establishes rules and procedures to permit the restoration of a natural environment. And there will be no direct cost required. As we discussed, there will be some asks for parking for the volunteers as well as the waste bins during the cleanup events. However, those would be the only costs associated with this for the city. The Surfrider Foundation will rely on volunteers and funding for the rest of the project. And so with that, just a reminder, the resolution for this project does contain several conditions of approval. These include protecting the natural environment during the restoration activities, as well as to ensure continued public access to the Wainimi Beach Park, to not block ongoing maintenance activities that our public works and other entities perform, as well as to not block or prevent any future development of Wainimi Beach Park amenities as shown in our master plan for parks and recreation. And so with that, staff's recommendation is to open the public hearing and take testimonial and documentary evidence, and to close the hearing and consider that evidence, to adopt the resolution approving CDP, the coastal development permit for the restoration project, and to take additional required or related action as may be desirable. That concludes my presentation, and here to answer any questions, we also have Joan Tharp here with the Surfrider if you have questions of her. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? We'll only take questions at this time. We'll have discussion later. Councilmember Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Stewart and Ms. Tharp for working on this project. My question has to do with determining whether this dune restoration plan is going to have, how you will measure its desired effect. Will you be monitoring the beaches in order to tell whether or not it's actually doing what it's supposed to do in terms of protecting the sand on our beach? And
well, at this point, why don't I go ahead and call up Ms. Tharp, and she should be able to answer that question for you.
Yes, so as part of the plan, we had coastal restoration consultants do up the initial plan, and we will have them come out and monitor yearly. So they'll do their measurements to look at any elevation changes and the success of the reseeding of the non-native, or of the native species.
okay, great. I expect there's going to be great success. Have you considered other areas of our beach that might be eligible for this kind of project?
Yeah, actually the entire promenade. I actually spoke to somebody who works in Public Works, and it's my understanding that there is an issue with sand blowing, which is a maintenance issue. So continuing the dunes farther down would be doable and great, and Surfrider would love to be involved in that if necessary or if wanted.
Great. Well, thank you again to you and Surfrider and the coastal restoration consultants for the good work, and thank you, Mr. Stewart, as well.
Are there any other questions down here? Mayor Pro Tem?
So I know the last time you presented, you spoke of signage. Is the city gonna see what the signage looks like prior to?
Yes, I think we're in the process of doing a mock-up, and we'll have the city approve it. We'd like to have the city logo on there. Yeah, so the city will definitely get an opportunity to take a look at that.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Great. Any other questions? No. If there are no other questions, we're going to open the public hearing for public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Great. Then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. And so we'll move. What we have in front of us is The adoption of the resolution of the City Council of the City of Port Hueneme, California, granting approval for the coastal development permit for the Hueneme Beach Park Dune Restoration Project located at 550 East Surfside Drive, and determining the project is exempt from CEQA and take additional related action that may be desirable. Is there a motion and a second?
Move to approve.
Second?
Great. Is there any discussion? No discussion. Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Councilmember Gama,
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
and Mayor McQueen LaJean.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. We're going to move on to our business items. Business item number 8, Port Convoy Questions and Responses. Staff will present the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, and audience in attendance. It is recommended that the City Council consider the attached exhibit, which is going to be displayed on the boards. And this contains responses from the port to questions that the City Council had to the port regarding convoys, trucks, and to provide such direction as appropriate. You will recall that on December 16, 2024, I provided a synopsis of the series of agreements between the city and the port entered into over a period of 36 years. These multiple agreements are for the stated purpose of providing the city a mechanism to offset the costs of improvements and maintenance to city infrastructure as a result of port activities. Essentially, the port provides certain payments to the city to help offset the cost of road maintenance and police services, and to provide funding for certain public works projects and improvements that jointly serve the city and the port's operations. Following the meeting on December 16, the council asked certain questions of the port regarding these agreements. On April 7, we received some responses from the port to those questions. And then again on April 14, there was a clarification to the original April 7, 2025 response. And then again, I believe it was April 19th, we received a subsequent response. The questions and responses are on each slide of the exhibit. And I'm going to ask the city manager to help me with the clicker because I'm really bad at that. And I did not want to editorialize their responses at all. So this is exactly what was responded to. We had a question on the history of the term convoy, particularly how it was defined and how it was determined that the trucks carrying cars would not be part of a convoy. Some basic info to help an explanation as to whether trucks were in use at the time that the term convoy was implemented, if trucks were referred to in any other way, or if they came later, for example. So the initial response was at the time of the 2015 settlement agreement. The definition of convoy, as agreed upon by the parties and reflected in their continued course of conduct since that time, has only meant automobiles, which excludes trucks. Then later, by contrast, the trucks are referred to in other parts of the agreement that are not related to convoy payments. For example, heavy trucks and construction trucks. Those are in the 1987 agreement. The next question was one thing that wasn't mentioned yesterday that may be helpful for the council to understand is if trucks and their vehicles aren't counted as vehicles. I'm assuming but want to confirm that they're counted under one of the other methods agreements. The response was trucks were deliberately excluded from the 2015 settlement negotiations and are not part of any agreement. Trucks do not go through Hueneme Gate and go instead through the Navy side entrance and exit through the joint use agreement with the Navy. Those trucks do not drive down Hueneme Road and therefore do not use public infrastructure, only private. Our course of conduct throughout the history of these agreements does not count trucks under any method. Instead, the agreements regulated the manner of travel for trucks. We also had a question, the council had a question regarding the history, regarding the formulas and how those amounts were arrived at. I can't do math.
Can I just ask one thing, just a process question? So we're reading a whole lot, right? And I know there's questions or comments. Do you want us to wait to the very end to ask questions?
I would suggest so, because the other thing I was going to note also is that we also have been informed by the port that one of their attorneys is here today and can answer or can speak further on this.
Okay.
So one suggestion I would have is city attorney can provide what was the written responses, and then we can give the port's attorney an opportunity to provide any more information, answer any questions, and then we can get into the council questions.
Great. All right. Okay.
An
Thank you.
An additional reason I believe for holding off on your questions is that in later slides, there were clarifications to the earlier responses. So that may answer some of your questions.
Yes, great. Thank you.
All right, question number 3 was, this was the math question. History regarding the formulas and how those amounts were arrived at, and what were those numbers intended to represent at the time. 0.2719, when converted to an annualized basis, is intended to reflect 3.33% of the port's gross operating revenues. And the response was, these numbers were reached through mutual settlement negotiation of the parties. And while the rationale behind why the city originally proposed those numbers for the settlement agreements is less clear, the intent as stated in Section 4 of the 1987 agreement was to mitigate the impacts to the district's current and future operations at the port. And my recollection is that the port's CFO was here at that meeting and did provide some clarification as to how those numbers were reached, to recollection. All right, the next question was less important, but it was asked. There was a question about whether the language regarding sale of water during a water shortage has been implemented, and do you have any history on that? The response was, this is a reference to Section 15 of the 1987 agreement, and it provides that the port is prohibited from selling water to any entity or person other than to vessels in port or tenants for human consumption or sanitary purposes during times of water shortage as declared by the city. And this clause is only triggered in the event of the city's declaration of a water shortage. The next page is a clarification from, I believe it was from Ruben Duran, counsel for the port. And he asked to clarify one of the points below from his email of a couple days prior, which we've just gone over. And it says here, the 2015 settlement agreement and the 3 underlying agreements that were at the heart of the dispute between our respective clients at the time does not purport to address truck travel out of the port. At issue were convoy fees for cargo travel down Hueneme Road. New vehicles coming off of vessels did not at that time, nor do they now, have license plates issued by the California DMV. Those cars are cargo, and the short trip down Hueneme Road to the various vehicle processing facilities did and does result in wear and tear on Hueneme Road. The 2015 settlement agreement, the 2015 settlement served to resolve the city's dispute with the port about what the convoy fees for the cargo, the cars, were under the underlying agreements, and to essentially legalize that travel down the city's streets, Hueneme Road. On the other hand, cars, trucks, and other vehicles coming out of the port through the Navy base onto either Sunkist Road or North Ventura Road are not governed by any of the agreements. Cargo leaving the base is from a tenant at the base, like a grocery store on base, for example. They mentioned Glovis. Glovis is not a port tenant at that point, but rather a Navy-based tenant. And to emphasize the point, neither the underlying agreements nor the 2015 settlement agreement govern Navy-based tenants. Finally, the port generally does not truck cars out of its facility. If they do, it's under extremely rare circumstances. I apologize for any confusion my email earlier may have caused, As always, I'm glad to discuss should you have any further questions or concerns. And this was the last communication I received. This next slide is the last communication I received from Mr. Duran late last week. I forget if it was Wednesday or Thursday, but it was late last week. Our respective clients have communicated about the port's position that the convoy fees issue and any matters arriving from it is fully settled as between the parties under the 2015 settlement agreement. I understand that you have spent some time reviewing and analyzing that agreement as reflected in the presentation you gave to the City Council at a meeting recently. I call to your attention then sections 15, 16, and 17 of the settlement, which reflect that fact, specifically that the city did release, remise, and forever discharge the district, i.e. the port, of and from any and all rights, claims, etc., which have or may have arisen or may in the future arise based upon, arising out of, or relating in any way to these allegations raised by the city in the arbitration resulting in the 2015 settlement agreement. And he referenced section 15 of the settlement agreement. He attached a copy of that, which is one of the slides. Recall that the issues in dispute at the time were generally the convoy fees and the revenue sharing paid to the city by the port under the 83, 87, and 1995 agreements between the parties. Sections 16 and 17 of the 2015 settlement agreement are the city's waiver of the provisions of Civil Code Section 1542. Taken together, these provisions, Section 15, 16, and 17, protect the district from having to relitigate the claims the city brought over 10 years ago and the potential claims that seem to be implicated or implied by the current questions and statements by several people affiliated with the city, including sitting city council members. With all due respect, any discussion of what is or is not covered by the convoy fees is misplaced, and to the extent anyone at the city asserts that the trucks carrying cars out of the port are somehow subject to a convoy fee, misguided. The record is clear that the city and the port litigated and settled the issue of payment for individual vehicles being driven down Hueneme Road from the port to vehicle processing facilities operated by third parties. That the city did not raise the issue of cars carried on trucks in the context of that litigation and arbitration is of no concern to the port. And as I stated in my recent email to you, trucks carrying cars out of the port exit from the Navy base gates. The port has no control over these exit from the base, and in any event, the 2015 settlement agreement and the underlying agreements that were in dispute did not and do not address those circumstances. As always, happy to discuss any of this with you at your convenience. Now, the next several slides are portions of the various agreements that were sent to me from Mr. Duran in connection with the final email. Probably the most interesting portion is slide number 16, yes, or looking at section 16 of the 2015 settlement agreement, which is a waiver of California Civil Code 1542. 1542, Civil Code Section 1542 generally means that a general lease does not extend to claims which you did not know or suspect to exist in his or her favor at the time of the execution of the release. In the 2015 settlement agreement, as is standard in most settlement agreements, there was a waiver of that provision. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, so let's start with questions.
Mayor, did you want to give an opportunity for the
Yes,
port's
absolutely.
representative?
Absolutely.
And so I believe it's Christopher Pisano is going to speak. Thank you.
No, it's not public comment.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. It's a pleasure to meet you all and to be here this evening and to talk to you about these agreements. I'm quite familiar with the 2015 settlement agreement because I wrote it. I also was the chief litigator on behalf of the district regarding the arbitration and 2 lawsuits and one appeal or 2 appeals, I can't remember, that we all fought over, my client and you, back, I think it was between 2013 and 2015, and it was a contentious, hotly contested litigation matter involving 2 public entities, which is always an unfortunate thing because it's public dollars fighting against public dollars that, you know, that frankly, they're better spent elsewhere. But the city chose to start the fight, and it was over the accounting practices of the district, how we calculated gross operating revenue. And under the underlying agreements, 1983, 1987, and 1995, the city gets a percentage of that gross operating revenue. And in the 2013 time, the claim from this entity was that we weren't calculating it correctly and needed to make some changes in our accounting. And then as a secondary litigation matter, there was an allegation that we were not calculating the convoy fee correctly. In 1987, the convoying of cars was capped at 50,000, and then there was a fee per car that was associated with that. In the 1995 agreement, that 50,000 cap was lifted, and the district paid a premium for every car above 50,000. But there was an open question as to whether the district was entitled to an offset for the convoy fee above 50,000. That was another issue that was hotly contested and was actually subject to an arbitration that was tried to an arbitrator, but the arbitrator never reached a decision because at the time, City Attorney Mark Hensley and I and District CEO Kristen Dekas, who's in the audience, and then City Manager Cynthia Haas, we all sat in a room not that far from here, and we hammered out these terms, which we then memorialized in this agreement. And the purpose of this agreement was to put all this to bed, to move on. We sort of reconfirmed how the convoy fee would be charged, how the gross operating revenues would be calculated, and then we came to this agreement and we would get rid of the lawsuits and the arbitration and the appeals, all of which were going on at the same time. And we would each release each other from all claims known and unknown. And your city attorney pointed out the 1542 waiver. That was not by accident, and that was not boilerplate or standard fare. That was very important to my client, and as I suspect, it was very important to this body that sat here before. We didn't want to have to do this again. I'm happy to answer any questions about if you have issues or concerns about how we're supposed to calculate fees or things of that nature, but I can tell you this, those waivers are very broad, and that was very intentional. And if there is another lawsuit that arises out of this, I would respectfully submit that in my legal opinion, that would be a violation of the 2015 agreement. And I hope we don't go there. But I'm happy to answer any questions that you all might have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
May I add one comment,
Yes.
please? Thank you. I do want to say that when I made the presentation to this board in December 16, 2024, I researched those agreements and provided a synopsis of those agreements just to let us know what is. I did not do that with any intention of litigation. We've never mentioned litigation on this, on our side. So I'm a little offended by where you're going, but okay. That was clearly just to provide knowledge to the council and in particular to our newest council member, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. So I just want to put that out there.
I didn't mean to insinuate anything,
Hold on.
Yeah, you did.
well,
Okay. No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Councilman, the point of me being here today is to have a discussion with you all to hopefully put this to rest and to let you know that in 2015, there was a conscious effort on the part of both my client and you to close this book and to never open it again.
Okay, great. So we're going to take questions just a minute. Thank you so much for saying that, because that was really going to be my comment. We're trying to understand more the contract, right?
Okay.
And I think we all are pretty good readers. And so what we don't want to do, and this is no disrespect to anyone, what we don't want to do, I think, is what no one in this room does when they sign a contract, is take what's told to them. So we're trying to find out what it really means. And so we have questions that we're going to ask to try to get there.
Okay.
And so you're here tonight. You said hopefully to put this to bed. I don't think that it's going to be put to bed tonight, because I think we have other questions that we need to ask and that we need to have answered. So we appreciate you being here, and we're glad that you're willing to take questions from us. So we have some questions, and we're going to do our very best to kind of get through them, so that we're smarter for it and so that we know how we need to proceed, okay? And it's not about litigation at this point. It's about fact-finding, trying to understand what the words mean, not what people believe the word means. So it's fact-finding, and so that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate that.
Appreciate that.
And
So, go right ahead.
in addition to being willing to answer your questions this evening, I'm also willing to work with your city your city attorney after today.
Great.
If this matter is not put to bed tonight, I will work with her until we can hopefully put it to bed at some point.
Great. We appreciate
Thank
that.
you. If you could please give me your business card, because I only communicate through Mr. Duran, and I think it would be helpful to be able to communicate with you directly, particularly with respect to reviewing the prior litigation.
Happy to.
Thank you.
So at this point, we're going to take questions. No discussion. If you have specific questions that you have, please ask questions. You ready, Councilmember Gama?
Yes, I believe it's most appropriate to direct our questions to our city attorney.
Okay.
And quite frankly, you're coming in a little hot, and don't appreciate it. But I want to ask our city attorney, we are both public agencies, is that correct? I mean, I know the port is a special district, but the port is a public agency, is that correct?
To the best of my knowledge, it is.
Okay, and Madam City Attorney, it's my understanding back in 1984 when I was a junior in college, I remember reading about the port entering into agreement with BMW to bring cars to the city, through the city. I believe, I may be not accurate, but in what we've learned at or about that time, the port came to the city and said, hey, we're going to be bringing cars in and we're going to give you money. I'm just paraphrasing. An agreement was made. Is that accurate? That the initial agreement was in or about 1984 when, for the first time, the port was going to bring cars through the city. Is that accurate?
It was in 1983.
Okay.
There were lots of them. Several agreements. I believe the first one was 1983.
And so when it comes to public agencies, first public agency, or even a private agency for that matter versus a public agency like Disneyland, when Disneyland decided to build California Adventure Park, they would have had to come to the city, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so where I'm going is that there's been a lot of changes since 1984. At some point, they started bringing in tractors, John Deere, Volvo, dump trucks. At some point, they started bringing in oversized loads that require a CHP escort.
Councilmember.
And we never had the courtesy of discussing those new methods of operations, because the whole point is to cover the cost of impacts. Is that correct?
That was the stated purpose of the agreements, yes, to cover the cost of infrastructure impacts.
Okay, so if
So,
if our
hold on, just one second, hold on just a second. So if you have specific questions, I know you're asking those, but a roundabout way. But if you have right now specific questions, because we have to go through the process, we're gonna come back to discussion. But right now, we had a presentation, we wanna take some questions.
Were you the one who wrote the response that said trucks don't go down Ventura Road?
No, I was not.
Okay.
The city attorney to date has been dealing with the port's general counsel. My
Okay, but I would
partner,
suggest
Ruben
that
Durand.
trucks do go down Ventura Road all the time.
They exit.
How is it that an expert from your side responded incorrectly?
Well, those trucks exit the Navy's.
No, sir, you don't live around here. We see the trucks. We're talking banana trucks, all kinds of trucks go down Ventura Road, not just auto transport trucks.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a fact,
Oh, okay.
but it was misstated initially, and that's troubling.
Okay. I apologize for the misstatement. It was a miscommunication, and it was later corrected.
So I think it's really important that we ask questions if we want. I'd like to get some things on the record. Okay, so let's ask the questions to get some things on the record, and then let's kind of move on. I think that will be
Okay,
a
I have one
first
more
step.
question.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So is the intent of any agreement, the intent is to cover the costs associated with operations from the port that affect the city? Is that generally true?
I think that's the gist. I mean,
Okay.
look, the bottom line is this, Councilman. I can't speak to the intent of the 83, 87, or 95 agreements
Okay.
because I wasn't around at that point in time.
Maybe you could
Like-
answer this.
Like,
If
I
we,
could-
if
if I
we
could
as a
finish.
body,
Okay.
if we as a body Fine.
Councilmember Gama, you asked, let him answer the question, and then you could go to another question. But he's answering, so let him answer that question.
Like your city attorney, I've read the agreements. I believe that was the overarching intent was to provide a mechanism for the
Thank you.
district to reimburse the city for some of its hard costs for road maintenance and things of that nature.
Okay, and I think I heard you say, and I think you would agree with this, that it's better to talk, because if
I
that-
agree.
if that's not occurring, if the city is not recouping its cost, then we need to talk and have conversations that matter around that subject. But it appears to me that there's a need for a lot of conversations regarding what has changed since 1984. And don't we up here have a fiduciary responsibility to address anything that we learn is not covering our costs?
Well, I would answer your question this way. Do you have a fiduciary duty? You have a duty to your people, obviously, the people that you represent. The people who sat in these chairs and in the district's chairs back in the 1980s and early 1990s, they did their level best to look into the future as to what those costs might be. And they agreed to what would be compensated, and they agreed to escalation clauses, which I am assuming that those folks said, how are we going to make sure that in the future it still covers our costs? And this is what they came up with. Now, good, bad, or indifferent, that's what those agreements say. And I can't speak to the intent other than what's written. And I don't know whether it covers your costs or not. I haven't looked into your CAFRs in any specificity lately. I know I did back in 2015, but it's been a while. So, I apologize. I'm not up to speed in terms of your all's financial situation, but I do know that they tried to anticipate that back in the 80s and 90s.
And what if we're off?
I think he just answered that.
I don't know. The contracts don't provide a remedy.
My last question is, I think what I heard from you is, this is it, you're stuck with it, deal with it. That's kind of the message I got from you. Is that true?
Well, I'm here to answer questions. Again, I want to answer questions. I don't want to come in hot. I apologize if I came in hot. I'm here to answer questions about what these agreements say. All I can tell you is what was going on in everyone's head in 2015 when we tried to put some really expensive litigation behind us.
Okay, great. Did you have something, City Manager?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the port's answer might be different than the city's answer, but I'm not prepared to give advice at this point as to what the city's position is going to, or legal position should be. I haven't reviewed the litigation documents. I haven't looked at the arbitration. I haven't, done a deep dive into that. And I think that that really would be necessary to make a legal determination to advise this board if it wanted to proceed with litigation or not. But I do think it's important to remember that at this point, we're not talking about litigation.
That's right.
We are talking about getting facts and getting some answers to the extent that you can provide them, and we appreciate you being here.
Yes.
I know I'm going to be writing to you and asking you, can I get copies of those pleadings?
And I think that is such a good question. And I have a full pleading
Oh,
file
I'm sure you do.
that I would be happy to put onto a share link and send to you.
That would be terrific. I
Absolutely.
would appreciate that. I do think, in order to, for me, really, to advise you and give you any sort of information on how to proceed, we need to do a real deep dive into what was going on, probably starting with the litigation in 2013 would be my guess, and then resulting in the 2015 settlement agreement and that 1542 waiver. You really have to research also how broad are those waivers, and that's
Right.
definitely a legal research question.
Thank you, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, thank you for being here, and thank you to the port staff for being here as well. My question is that, well, first let me make a statement here that I don't think this council as a whole has agreed that we want to, that we've made the claim that we're not getting our costs covered. We're not in agreement on that. We haven't had a discussion on that. We've not even looked at the numbers. So my first question is, has there been any, maybe the city manager can answer, has there been any movement toward looking at whether or not, first, if those trucks are coming out the wrong gates, are we measured the traffic of those trucks in any way in order to make the claim that they are using the wrong roads? And have we looked at whether or not our costs are being covered? I don't think we have, but I think we're jumping the gun. We're going a little too far ahead.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just kind of remind everybody that we started December 4th asking 3 questions.
Right.
I think that was it. So have we done a full analysis? No. I think at some point, sort of moving forward, I think just information sharing is going to be key between the agencies, and I think obviously council's going to discuss it today, but for us, one of the things we would look for is more opportunities for information sharing.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so in one of the responses, one of the second responses.
Can I just say this really quick?
Yes.
Before Mayor Pro Tem asks this question. I think I'm glad that you're here, and there are some questions that we can pose to you, but like our city manager said, we got responses to 3 questions that we had. And I just heard that you didn't answer any of them. You didn't answer those questions that we had. So I think posing the questions regarding the responses to you might not be the right thing, because you didn't write the responses.
I didn't write the responses that were on the screen. My partner
Right. And so
did.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is those responses, 3 responses, I think those responses, the responses to our 3 questions came from the port's attorney.
Is the general counsel.
General counsel, not you.
Correct. I'm not the
Right.
general counsel for the
Yeah,
port.
so there are some questions we have, but I think the majority of them are probably tied to the responses to our original 3 questions
Okay.
that you probably won't be able to help us with because you didn't respond. They weren't your responses.
That true, but I can help you
Okay.
because
We could put it on the record.
I know these agreements quite
Okay,
well, or
okay.
these agreements well.
And you've read, you know what the responses have been.
I read the PowerPoint and I have seen the email exchanges,
Okay,
yes.
okay, good, because I have some questions too. Go ahead.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So as a retired military veteran who uses the base a lot and who lives near the Sunkist Gate, I could tell you that the trucks do come out of the Sunkist Gate because on the weekends the Victoria Gate closes, which is the main gate.
Okay.
But in the response, it says Clovis is a secondary tenant of the base. So does that kind of just wash your hands as a contractor who uses the facilities? They become their own entity, so they're not bound to which gate to use, like the corridor for the trucks.
Well, we don't have control over those folks. That it's not like the convoy where we have control over which gate they go out of, and the way the 1987 agreement is set up is we're supposed to meet and confer on which road those convoys are supposed to go down, and that's what we do. Truck traffic from a contractor like Glovis, which operates on the Navy's portion of the port, not our portion. We offload cars, we send them to Glovis, and that's the end of our responsibility for those particular cars. They do what they do, subject to an agreement they have with the Navy. And where they go out is something that we don't control. Now, when we receive a car that then goes to Glovis, that's part of our revenue that is calculated as gross operating revenue, of which a percentage is paid to the city. So you are being compensated to a certain extent. Whether it's full or not, I don't know, but you are being compensated for that car from us.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is when those trucks actually enter Sunkist Gate, and they're turning left on a left turn. You know, those trailers are they're connected in twos, tandem in twos. Well, they're sticking out into Ventura Road, which becomes a public safety issue because when you're behind that, you're technically in the 2 lanes of the road, and if the car behind you is not paying attention, you're going to get rear-ended because you're totally compromised. So the whole truck takes the whole left lane, and this is what I see a lot, and it just seems like if this is a Glovis thing and it's happening on the weekends, this becomes a public safety issue, and it's just gonna be time when there is gonna be an accident there, and I don't want to say that I told you so, but there's a likelihood that this can happen.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Did you have any other questions? No. Okay, so I have a couple of questions. So and I'm just going to kind of refer to some of these documents. So in the contract, it refers to convoy. Can you explain to us what it was meant to be written, the contract meant by using the word convoy? What did that mean?
So the 1987 agreement talked about the convoy. And again, I can't speak to intent of 87 because I wasn't here. I was in high school, college, all right.
I was out of law school by then, but anyway.
But look, 87 had in 83, the only payment that was from the district to the city was via gross operating revenue. Two ways of calculating it, but ultimately it was gross operating revenue. In 87, they had this convoy fee that was, as far as I can tell, the only fee that the district was going to pay to the city in addition to gross operating revenue. So it's a separate fee that you get on top of the gross operating revenue. Why? I don't know. I don't know what was going on back then. It might have been that that was around the time the BMW thing happened, and they said, here's a good way to get the cars from the port to the processing center, and we'll pay you guys $1 a car, which will compensate you for the wear and tear on the road. And so that's a separate fee above and beyond gross operating revenue. Everything else was intended to fit within gross operating revenue.
Okay. Based on some of the new, not processes, but things that are happening now, cars are being put on trucks. How is the city compensated for that?
Well, and again, it's my understanding that that's what Glovis is doing. The port is still moving the vehicles that it receives through the convoy, and you get the convoy fee. If Glovis is processing on their own over on the Navy side and then taking it out, your compensation from us is through the gross operating revenue payment, which I alluded to earlier. That car that we send over to Glovis, you get a cut of that fee that we get for that car.
Okay, so when you said that the cars that go to the port, they all really go to the port, right? And then they're transported over to the base.
Some.
Okay.
I think the Kias and the Hyundai go to Glovis, which operates over on the Navy side.
But where do they come in at?
They come in off the port.
Okay, so they all really come off at the port.
They come off at the port.
Some stays at the port, and then some go over to the military base.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So when they go over to the military base, are they now military property, or do they still belong to the port?
Well, they don't belong to neither, because my understanding is Glovis has an agreement with the Navy to operate on a portion of the Navy's property. And Glovis is then responsible for getting those cars, those Kias and those Hyundais, to retail market. They process it on the Navy's base, and then they get it to the retailers, Kia and Hyundai, and that's what I understand is being put on the trucks and sent through city streets.
Okay, so based on what your understanding is about the convoys that still come from the port up Port Hueneme, can you tell us why the port pays us for that? Why would they pay for that? For the cars to be transported from the port up Hueneme Road?
Because that's what we agreed to in 1987.
Okay,
and we honor our contracts.
Right, and that was because of the road, the paying for the maintenance, things like that.
Yep.
So do you believe that the same is true whether it's on traveling individual cars versus a truck? Do you think we're still receiving damage to our roads if they're single vehicles or if they're on the truck? Because when I think about it, the weight is the same, probably more because of the truck, right? And so what's in the contract about that? Is there anything written that says, if it's on a truck, then we should treat it differently? Or
So
what did it say about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand what you're grappling with here. And all I can say is that 87 agreement had that one limited additional fee for the convoy fee from what goes down Hueneme Road, leaves the port travels down Wainimi Road in a convoy to a processing facility, which I think is in Oxnard. And in 87, I won't say we, but the port officials and the city officials agreed buck a car with an escalator. And that's what you get on top of the gross operating revenue. Everything else is the intent, as I understand it, from 83 and 87 was that gross operating revenue and the percentage of that you get is designed to cover everything else.
Okay.
Whether it does or not, I don't know.
Okay, got it. Thank you for that. The other question that I had was, so do you believe if the trucks are actually driving on Port Hueneme streets, that is part of maintaining the streets? I mean, do you believe that?
I think that any vehicle that travels over any public street causes wear and tear to that street that ultimately repairs and maintenance need to be done. Whether the agreements fully compensate you for that or not, I do not know.
Right.
But I believe that the intent from 83 and 87 was to look in the future and try to come up with a system that will compensate you.
Great, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may make one comment. It's my recollection that the 1987 agreement is the one that references convoys, but there's no definition of what a convoy is. So trying to grapple with that now, trying to figure out what was intended by that term, a few years ago, 1987, I was already practicing law. I think is problematic because it's not defined in the agreement. That's my recollection.
I think you're right. So I always fall back to the ordinary meaning of the word convoy. And I'm reminded of, when I think of the word convoy, I think of the movie Smokey and the Bandit. Convoy, a group of cars that go one after the other, rolling down the same road.
Well, it's hard to figure out if it means one or more than one. I mean, I think it does, but I've tried looking up various definitions, and it's not clear to me exactly what that means. And does that also include the trucks? I don't, sitting here today, I don't have that answer. And I think it warrants further discussion.
Madam Mayor,
Hold on. Yes, go right ahead.
on the convoy and trucks, I did come across a definition from the military where a group of vehicles headed in the same direction under the protection of a bigger system. So that
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, it sounds really good. I know.
Yeah. And the only reason I'm asking the questions is because the response to our first question from the Port General Attorney Council was, at the time 2015 settlement, the definition of convoy as agreed upon by the parties, my other question was, who were those parties? And reflected in their continued course of conduct since that time has only meant automobiles. So that is what was told to us, right? And so we're trying to say, really, is this what it meant, or is this the perception of what it's believed that it meant, right? And so that's why we're asking the questions, because, we have responses and we're trying to kind of go through those and say, okay, what is this really saying? Is it a perspective, right? Is it a perspective of who's telling us, or is it really what was not the letter of the law, but
The terms of the agreement.
yeah, the terms of really the agreements. And so I think that's one of the concerns or issues that we're having is who's telling us is from the port. And that's not, I'm not saying it's not us against them, but what I am saying is, like any of us, when we have a contract, if I had a contract with you, am I gonna just take what you say and say, okay, he said it? No, I'm gonna say, come on, let's talk about it. Let's make sure that we're really all understanding. And that's really what this is about, trying to really just understand where we are and just make sure that we are understanding, so we know how we need to move forward. And when I say that, I don't mean litigation. I mean conversation, right? I mean, conversation is important to really understand what this information, what these contracts really mean.
I agree. And I will say this in response. In 2013, the city started the lawsuit, and the claim was about the vehicle convoy fee. We never talked about trucks. It never came up because it wasn't part of your lawsuit against us.
Right. So let me follow on to that then. So it wasn't part of it, but we know, right? We all know that that times have changed and cars aren't convoying as individual vehicles. They're being put on trucks now, right? And so let me ask you this question. This may be helpful to me. So, and I don't know, maybe Kristen or
Austin.
Austin can help us. So, so I think what I'm hearing is when we convoy vehicles, cars, that we are not receiving per vehicle fee that we were receiving when all the cars convoyed. Now they're being placed on trucks, and so we're not receiving.
No.
The ones that go to Clovis, are you saying, are the one that's put,
Those were never subject to the convoy fee. That was a separate thing that was happening in 2013.
okay, Kristen, I think you may know where I'm trying to get to. Can you just?
I was just going to say that it's always been the practice of the port to drive the vehicles to remote facilities, and then they get processed and go to market from there. So BMW down the street, WW down the street, and Glovis over here. And so it's not new practice since we had the discussion of the convoy fee back in 2013, 14, and 15. The practice was the same. I just wanted to clarify
Okay,
that.
great, thank you. But prior to those contracts, we weren't talking about trucks.
So the truck revenue is all captured through the gross operating revenue is that we have. And we also have stated on page 10 of, I believe, the 1987 agreement, the caps on trucks. Like they do address trucking, and there are limits, and we're well below those limits in that practice. So it was looked at and framed into the original agreements for the, you know, whether it's a Chiquita truck, a Damani truck, all of that was considered and factored in. And the gross operating revenue is where you make the money for the impacts from the port off our revenue sharing, which I think Austin wanted to make a quick point, if he may, on that.
And before he makes his, Austin, I remember last time we talked about weight and we talked about per unit.
Yes.
Can you, are you going to share, is that what you're going to be talking about?
No, like, you know. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. So I just want to mention that, like, you know, the port grew, definitely. So, like, you know, those agreement built-in mechanism has port do better. If port does better, city gonna get more revenue sharing because, you know, all the cars based on, like, you know, every cars coming through the port will get wharfage revenue, and port, you know, city will get about 7% of our total revenue. So back in 1983, we share total revenue sharing was merely $24,000. But 2024, the port revenue sharing to the city grew into about $2.9 million. It's when really, you know, grew a lot. And convoy, for example, 87 convoy fees started from $1 per car. But every 2 year, quarter cent, like a 25 cents increase is built into the convoy fee. And 95 agreement, we recognized number of cars grew. So we added premium on convoy. So first 50,000 cars getting $1, but every 2 years, 25 cents upgrade, you know, increase. And anything over 50,000 cars will get premium revenue sharing for $1.05. So at this point, all, you know, car convoy fee for first 50,000 cars is $3.85 per car. And anything over 50,000 cars will get $4.89. So all those, you know, revenue sharing has built-in mechanism to, if we do better, and city will get more revenue sharing. That's all I want to say.
Great,
Mayor?
thank you.
I have some comments and questions. So A couple of the issues brought up from the emails, the inconsistencies and the untruths that I'm hearing from the emails. The first one was the trucks carrying cars don't come down Waitangi Road. But that is not true. They do come out of Waitangi Road. They come from the port down Waitangi Road and they go to wherever they're being distributed at. The other issue is that back in the time when they did this agreement, we weren't talking about large trucks carrying massive size lithium batteries that weigh so much more and cause so much impact on our street, which you talked about the $2.9 million that we get, that barely covers how much it costs to pave Waitangi Road, our portion of Waitangi Road, for your use for the trucks. So I mean, there has to be some way of us being able to take a look at this and understand that costs have increased so much. The weights of your vehicles have increased so much, and the impact on our roads has increased so much, and we have to be able to talk about this and figure out a solution where everybody is reaping the benefits of this. Otherwise, we're just going to keep not being able to pave our roads. There's going to be impacts to our roads, and we're just going to keep having this discussion.
Councilwoman, I understand what you're saying, and I think what you're saying is an issue that cities all over the state are grappling with the explosion, if you will, of electric vehicles, which don't fill up on gas, so you don't get the gas tax, and yet they're like twice as heavy as a normal car. And it's a huge problem for everyone, every city. I just don't know that the contracts between these two entities provide a solution to that problem. I mean, I understand what you're saying, I really do. But the agreements
it is true that every city is dealing with this, but not every city has a port that uses a main street as much as our main street is being used on a regular basis to offload cargo that comes out of the port. So half of what you're saying is true, but.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
So when was the Glovis contract with the Navy initiated? Okay, so in 1990, the Navy leased that land, right? Yes, sir. Okay.
I can clarify you because there was a automotive customer over there before Glovis, so this activity's actually been going on a long time. Mazda was over there, and then after Mazda, Glovis came in. So this practice has been ongoing. I'm not sure where you're going with your question,
no,
but but Glovis was. We can find out. We can get back to you on the exact date of our contracts the customers had over there, but there were previous auto customers on there before Glovis.
Right. The reason why I'm mentioning it is it's because none of the contracts, none of the agreements specify subcontractors that utilize the roads, and they're technically cars that are offloaded from the port, and it seems like they kind of wash their hands away with it because they're like, hey, I'm a private contractor leasing land from the Navy, so I don't count. But in reality, they're still using the infrastructure, and they're going out other gates.
Yeah, the revenue
they're not following the corridors.
The revenue comes in through the gross operating revenues, and they're quite significant. Just to be fair, the contracts that the port has with the city are the best in the country. We did some research back when the litigation was going on. So 10% of a port's revenue is not the norm for contributions from port cities into communities. And I'm just sharing that. We think it's a good contract.
No.
Yeah, and
I'm just, why can't the port tell them to use the corridors?
so we can offer them best practices of what roads. There are times, and I'd have to work with the Navy and look at this. I know that if they use the Victoria Gate, that does close at 5 p.m., so there may be hour issues that they'd have to look at, and when they man certain gates and when they choose to use what gate, but we'd have to get back to you on that business contract. But I think the point is that we're trying to make is that when the Navy's tenants aren't governed by these particular agreements. The revenues that the city's receiving are from gross operating revenues that are quite significant and have grown quite a bit with the growth of Glovis, frankly.
Thank you. I think I just had an aha moment, so thank you for that. Clovis is actually like you would deliver your cars to the BMW. You
Exactly.
deliver them to the base there.
Yes.
And then their organization then ships them out.
Exactly.
Okay, so I had an aha moment, so
Yes.
thank you for
Thank you.
that. Do you have a question?
Yes, I would add that they ship them out through Ventura Road to
Yeah.
Wainimi Road
Yes.
to Channel Islands Road to Victoria to Harbor. They go everywhere in all directions.
Yes, and that's a fair point, and I believe there's a lot of trucks that transit the base too to provide other services as well as grocery stores, and
Yes.
there's a lot of activity.
So and I've been saying this for several months. I read a book. I shared it with a couple persons. Conversations that matter. And I think it's important and I don't even want to hear the L word. I mean, we just want to have conversations that matter. We want to sit down, board to board, and have conversations that matter. We don't want to wink at each other. We just want to have conversations that matter. And I say that because you're not operating on a 1987 or a 1995 ILW contract, are you? No. And you're not operating on a 1987 and 95 contract with SEIU. No, you negotiate, and I'm sure that you negotiate with your customers every time you have a major change. The cranes, you went from break bulk to containers, major change in operation. And so I think what my goal is like, hey, we want to have a conversation that matters, and a lot has changed, and we need to be a part of the conversation. And maybe we should get away from these, because everyone agrees these are extremely complicated agreements that haven't been updated and are seemingly outdated. And I could go on, because there's other things that are traveling our roads that we don't get compensated for, and I'm hearing tough. That's what I'm hearing.
Right.
And again, and so as things change, when you brought cranes in, you had to negotiate. Things are changing. And so I think that's what that's what I feel like. I feel like we need to be a part of the conversation.
Thank you,
I think what we're saying is that the compensation's there. It's not maybe coming per car, but it's coming through the gross operating revenues at a significant amount of our revenue at 10%. So just
And
kind
that's-
of leaving the groundwork there, but
Okay, thank you so much. We're going to move on. We're going to
I'll
move
go
on.
back
'cause
to what Mayor said. That's your perspective.
Public comments. Do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have public comments. First, Joan Tharp.
Thank you very much, by the way.
Thank you.
And I look forward to
We're-
hearing from you.
We may still have some other discussions, so don't go anywhere.
So I read through the documents a couple of times and was really quite confused, as I think is showing here, in terms of not so much what is a convoy, I think that's clear now, but what is a truck, and are the trucks covered, and what gates are they coming in and out of? Because they're coming in and out of everywhere. I've almost been hit by one. So I think that the city attorney has her hands full and a long list of homework questions to get clarification on, are all of the trucks that are coming in and out Wainimi Gate, are they covered under the general operating budget? And so the city is getting compensated for that. Are the vehicles that are on the trucks not getting counted because they're part of the Navy base, even though they're coming in and out of the roads, so they're impacting the roads? So what gate should they be coming out of? What constitutes a truck? Are you getting compensated for all of the trucks, or just the car trucks, or none of the car trucks, just the cars? I think it's clear that the cars are a separate carve out.
You're right on.
So that's what I'm hearing. I was really hoping that I didn't have to get up and say anything, because I thought I would get clarification from everyone, but it just sounds like kind of,
Yes.
more clarification is needed. Thank you.
Great, thank you, thank you.
Okay, and then we just have one written public comment. City Council regarding question number 2. I'm assuming that section refers to vehicle transport trucks
For many years, I have lived in the Hueneme Beach area south of Hueneme Road and use Ventura Road pretty much daily. I can say that I currently see vehicle transport trucks, both loaded and empty, using Ventura Road on a semi-regular basis. Just last week, I was driving alongside one loaded with new Hyundai cars from about near City Hall up to around Bard Road before I passed it and proceeded on north. I'm not making a complaint, but just clarifying that they do use Ventura Road sometimes, although not what I would consider excessive. Thank you, and that was from Jeffrey Scarberry. And that concludes public comment.
There's another comment.
Sorry, one more coming. Jan Burke.
Well, I too was not going to say anything. I thought I wanted to listen, wanted to learn, and wanted to follow up from our last meeting in December, which was very confusing. But the conversation, I agree with you completely. There needs to be a conversation. There needs to be a discussion about where do we go from here. Business is not the same that it used to be. That's for all of us. Life is not the same as it used to be. And being a resident that lives right there near the Hueneme Gate and having an office that's on Hueneme and Arcturus, I cannot tell you how many cars, how many accidents, and how many trucks I've seen coming down that street. And recently, in the last, I'm going to guess, 6 months, maybe as much as a year, super heavy equipment coming off the port. And that certainly is concerning because that they require escorts and they require extra care going down the streets. And so I just think it's time not for either party to get defensive or argumentative, but to have a discussion. Right. Where are we today? What's the right thing to do? What's the right relationship that we need with our city and our port? Because right now, I've tried very hard to have meetings with the port commissioners, and I get the strong arm with the coalition. They will not come to our meetings, and that's not a good feeling to have. And I think that we as neighbors, literally neighbors to the port, want to have a conversation that's meaningful and have a balance in how we approach doing business together and making sure that our community is whole. And I really took offense to the previous council meeting where all of the members, all of the community that came in and did a cheerleading conversation with all the great things that the port does. Well, that was rather embarrassing and unnecessary. And I think that, it actually put a bad taste in a lot of our mouths because it was just a little too grandstandy. So I would suggest that we really tone it down, get to a better state, and really have a serious conversation about where we go from here.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Let me see where we are. Sorry, you guys.
I would just like to make a quick comment. Mm-hmm. Perhaps we could start exploring this way to have conversations that matter and get together and figure out how to discuss difficult things without considering any other method. I just think we should talk.
Hold on just a minute. Mayor Pro Tem?
Oh, you go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I really like what Joan Tharp shared with us. I think you've got the gist of what we're looking at or attempting to look at here. And my suggestion as far as where we go from here is to have this item placed on the agenda for the Port City Committee, mm-hmm. and let the Port City Committee take it and discuss it and report back. But we need to be very unified and agreed on what it is we're trying to pursue here. Because frankly, I don't know that it's the settlement agreements that are going to resolve the issue that we're talking about here, about the weight on our roads from these trucks and the idea that they may not be covered, we might not be covered cost-wise, through the operating agreements. We don't know that. So there's got to be some homework done and discussions had. So that would be my recommendation from here on.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, so I guess this all started because of me, so.
It's all your fault.
It's my fault. No, but I do want to thank the port for coming out here and, you know, at least being a good neighbor of ours and clarifying some of these things that we had questions on. So I thank you for that. And the conversations, my thoughts is, this wasn't meant to be hostile or trying to poke anybody in the eye. We're just trying to get a good understanding on some of the like clarifying questions, you know, what a vehicle is and, you know, the definitions. There's no clarity in any of the contracts what a vehicle is and what is an automobile. Like, so the contract kind of it's just kind of vague, and it was an understanding between the two parties at that specific time, and I get it. But again, I want to thank you for coming out and giving us, you know, your guys' your take. So thank you.
Great, thank you. I don't see that there's any other questions. We have before us a recommendation to consider the attached exhibit with responses from Oxnard Harbor Port, the port, to questions from the City Council, to the port regarding convoy trucks, and to provide direction as appropriate. May I have a motion of some sort? Is there any direction or anything? Is there a motion? Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes, I'd like to move that we accept this report, that we put the discussion on record, and that we recommend that we approve the City Port Committee to take this issue for further discussion to the next City Port meeting.
Anyone else? Is there a
I
second?
think it's a bit early in that phase. I think Joan has some things that she needs to do first before we can even start talking about that.
Do you have an amended motion?
I would say the first part, not the first part of her motion, leaving out the Port City Committee. So
Restate it, please.
accept the recommendation of staff and receive the report.
If I could add to that, so just to be clear that if that were the case, there wouldn't be any additional staff action at this point because it's not included in the direction. I think I'm going to suggest, I think there's three possible paths, and they've all sort of been talked about. I think one, maybe what Councilmember Perez was mentioning, would be essentially leaving it like staff to clarify and come back with more information. The other would be the joint committee working together to clarify. It's not technically part of the joint committee's assigned tasks. Obviously, the council would have the ability to change that, but as of now, it's not. And then the third would be potentially, obviously, we've been talking about a joint meeting between the two boards, and so that's another path. I did want to just note that I do think for our fiduciary duty, so to speak, I think the key question to me is, do I have clarity? Does the city attorney have clarity? Obviously, does the council have clarity, but do we have clarity in how this contract is supposed to be administered? Do I know what I'm supposed to be billing for at this point? And I don't think it is clear. I think Joan Tharp really hit the nail on the head, and I think was too nice to say it's about as clear as mud after this conversation. There is specifically a question that was asked in our PowerPoint presentation. Actually, can you pull that up, Georgiana? And we actually asked the question about if the vehicles on trucks aren't counted as vehicles, are they counted under any other method? And the answer was no, they were deliberately excluded. That's not what we're hearing tonight. And I hope actually what we're hearing tonight is correct. But it's part of the problem is right now, if we leave this conversation without any further conversation, I don't know if I'm supposed to collect revenue for that, for those trucks or not. So, so I do think, I think part of what we talked about was just that we started out with some questions. I think it escalated. I think we all can have agreed we didn't intend for it to escalate, and we can kind of take it a step back and go to communication. But this would be an example to me of, like, I think the question of, are the vehicles on trucks compensated to the city in some way? We should be able to get a clear answer on that.
Right.
I think one path, like mentioned, would be staff to staff. I think we could get a clear answer on that. But, well, through any of the three paths. But those are the three paths that the council can choose.
Yes, Councilmember Hernandez.
So thank you, City Manager, for clarifying that and narrowing it down to that one question, because I want to make sure that we know what those questions should be, and so that staff can walk away and have some clear direction on what they're supposed to research and find out and bring back to us. And then we can go from there. So is that the only question?
No.
Okay, what other questions do we want answered?
What the litigation entailed. I think City Attorney wanted to go back and look at the litigation and whether the waiver, look at the broad scope of the waiver and everything else that was taking place at that time. 'Cause I think
So my question again is like, why? What is it that we're looking for? And if we find what we're looking for, what do you see as the next step? Because when it comes to these settle agreements, we're going to end up back in court. Maybe there's just another way to look at getting what we're trying to achieve here without having to go back to the settlement agreements.
So I think the first goal is to do our best to understand. That's our first goal. So we're not talking about going back and finding out what we need to do to litigate. We're not doing any of that. I think it's important that we understand, what are the answers to the questions? And the questions could be anything that we talked about this evening. I'm sure our city manager has a record pretty much of what we've been talking about. And so he can do that. So that's what I think we need our city manager to do, along with our city attorney, is to go back and look at these answers and then things that came up in our discussion tonight, right, that we need to get answered as well. And I think there are some things.
Yeah, I think a lot of questions can be answered if the city attorney and I bring back a memo of what items are included in the gross revenue and the vehicle revenue specifically.
Yep.
And I think one of the hard parts is reading the contract. I think I could read the contract and say, oh, I understand this completely. And then I talk to Joan and she says she has a completely different understanding. And that's, that could be on just internally. And then we now have another party to have that conversation with. So starting with looking deeper into what do we actually receive revenue for and coming back with that. And then the question then would be, is that what the city council had understood that they would be receiving? And then from there, then that's, at this point, we're just seeing if that is the case, if there's clarity there.
Great.
Can I add a question?
Go right ahead, yeah.
Can I add a question? And can we get an answer to the question as to how much of the port revenue has been spent on road maintenance since these agreements were put into place?
We would
Do
bring
we have
back
a record of that?
We would bring back as much as we could. Similar to a lot of the conversation is, I think the city's finance system has changed 4 or 5 times since 1984, and so we would go back as far as we could and provide that information.
Okay, could we get a cost estimate of what annual road maintenance on these roads is?
We could do that. I think that would be a good idea to do. The question for me would be, can we get council direction to do that? Because it would take some staff time and resources, so I just want to make sure that it's something the council wanted us to do.
Okay.
Councilmember Gama.
Just going to throw it out there. How do we get to having those conversations, board to board? Public conversations where we, get community input. I think that's the path forward, and I would even be so bold, like Councilmember Hernandez made a really good point. We're going to be chewing up staff time, trying to figure out things that 2 very smart people will look at and say, it means different to me than what it means to you. Maybe we could chart a path forward. Maybe we could let's just move on.org. Maybe we could just start the long process of trying to redefine our modern day 2025 relationship, because so much has changed since 87. So in terms of emotion, I think we also need to add the cost side. Like, yeah, can we understand the costs? Because, you know, I have a feeling that, you know, I recall we used to joke. We used to say, how do you know you're in Hueneme? The road turns good. On Hueneme Road right now, it looks like a puzzle because there's so much tar in the cracks on the city of Port Hueneme side. And so we've gotten away from having those amazing roads. And I think we all could appreciate that if you've been here for a considerable amount of time. So,
Great, thank you. Is there a motion?
So I did have a motion. I don't know if I had a second, and then I believe Councilwoman Perez had wanted to amend it. I don't know where we are with that.
Yeah, we were
so-
in the middle of her amendment.
Okay.
Is there a motion? Anyone can make it a motion.
So do I need to withdraw my original motion?
No one seconded it, so it failed.
Okay, okay.
So if you'd like to
How
make
to
another
phrase the
motion, you can do
motion to incorporate everything that City Manager Vega said.
So staff to staff discussion.
Motion to approve, staff to staff
Bringing-
discussion.
Bringing back clarification
Bring back
specifically
clarification
on
on
what the
costs.
revenues we
Okay,
receive
what-
and costs.
Okay, I got it. I move that the city manager and the city attorney go back, bring us information on the gross and vehicle revenues, the cost, what it would cost for us to repair roads, how much has been spent on the repairing of roads from the funding that we've received from the port, and an answer to that question number one. Was that question number one? Question number one? Was it number one about trucks, where it said we're not getting paid for anything on trucks?
It was question 2.
Question number two.
I thought we were getting that it was included under gross operating revenue.
He's gonna get a response, because the response wasn't different from what they provided tonight. So that is my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. Is there any other discussion? I think we're discussed
we're
out.
discussed out.
Now I forgot your name. Madam Clerk, please take a vote.
Whoever you are.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, thank you. And again, thank you to the port for coming out and helping us to answer some of those questions. We appreciate you so much. We're looking forward to being able to continue to communicate with you. Thank you so much. Okay. We are going to move on to agenda number 9, which is consideration of community benefit fund allocations for fiscal year 2025-26 funding cycle. Will staff please present the report?
Yes. Sorry, so I will introduce Deputy City Manager Charles Peretz to provide the report. Mr. Peretz had taken the applications through the Citizens Advisory Commission meeting last week, and he will be providing a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, member of the public, city staff. This item does pertain to review of community benefit fund applications. Mayor Pro Tem, were we good to proceed?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if Mayor just needed a minute. So by way of brief background, the Community Benefit Fund was created as part of the aforementioned 2015 agreement between the port and the city. The agreement specifies that in each year that the port's gross operating revenues exceed $13 million, a $100,000 contribution will be made to a special fund. Those funds are earmarked for projects that would benefit the city, the port, and the communities they serve. The amounts are subject to increase each year by the May Consumer Price Index, and the agreement outlines 4 specific categories of public benefit that includes shoreline protection, community development, opportunistic endeavors, and other projects that are agreed to mutually by both parties. The agreement also establishes a joint committee consisting of 3 representatives from each agency to review ideas for potential funding. The committee works to achieve a consensus on how the funds are to be spent, but final approval rests with both the City Council and the Board of Harbor Commissioners. In addition to third-party requests, the Community Benefit Fund has been used to support various city and port-initiated projects. That includes joint advocacy trips to Washington, D.C., the Banana and Hueneme Beach festivals, and the Community 5K race and associated health and wellness fair. While no funding is proposed this year for the advocacy trip due to the postponement of last year's trip, staff is recommending that $10,000 be allocated for each of the two festivals and the same amount for the Community 5K race. So this year, we embarked on a new process that the council approved last year. That process allows for a grant-like review of applications that are submitted by third parties. This year, being the first year of the new process, began with a call for projects and announcement of the application on January 30th. 16 applications were received by the March 15th deadline, and 2 additional applications followed shortly thereafter. All applications are summarized in the report and are included as attachments. That information was reviewed by the Citizen Advisory Commission last Monday, and their action grouped them into 3 levels of priority. With this item, Council is asked to review the applications, consider the recommendation from the Commission, and provide guidance to the representatives of the City Port Joint Committee. I should make clear that this process that was established last year through Council action assists the city in its review of the projects that are proposed for allocation and is separate from any port consideration and ultimate decision by the City Council and Board of Harbor Commissioners. The exact amount of funds will be known after the May CIP is released, but at this time, we're estimating that approximately $135,000 would be available for funding in the next funding cycle. So as noted, the Commission assigned 3 different project categories. 7 are assigned, as shown on the screen, to priority level 1, meaning that they are recommended to receive top consideration for funding in the upcoming cycle. Projects in this category are grouped together without any internal ranking within the category. And as noted at the bottom of the slide, one of the priority 1 projects that was identified by CAC was an application from the Police Department to support a drone program. Staff recommends deferring consideration on that request until additional details are made available. As noted on the slide, the total estimated cost for the 7 priority 1 projects, along with the proposed city and port events, is approximately $90,000. While that amount is below the anticipated funding available, we do expect that the port will have its own list of projects, so it's not necessary to assign projects to use all of the funds anticipated to be available. The Commission also established a short list of priority level 2 projects. There were 3 included there, as shown on the screen. Those are suggested to be funded if sufficient funds allow, and they are listed in priority order. So in summary, the recommendation for this item.
He's almost finished. Let him do the summary, then we'll go right to questions.
So in summary, the recommendation is for the City Council to review the applications that were received, review the proposed allocations for city and port initiated projects, consider the Citizen Advisory Commission's advisory recommendation, and provide guidance to the city's representatives on the City Port Joint Committee. That concludes the presentation. I'm available for questions.
Councilmember Gama?
Was $10,000 requested on the VFW? I was told it was a different amount.
The application for the VFW for the roof repair?
Yes.
Yes, it was $10,000.
Okay.
The application is in the packet. I believe that is the amount cited in the actual application.
Yep.
Have, so is there a metric to like rate the community benefit? That's some method? I mean, you got priority 1, 2, and 3. I guess that's the method.
Yeah, so this, again, was the first year that we used the new process, and the metric that was used was really the evaluation that was conducted by the Citizen Advisory Commission. I will say that, excuse me, at the beginning of their discussion, 2 points that they made was there wanted to be a focus on Hueneme, specifically organizations that provide projects or programs that benefit locally here in Hueneme. And then the second focus of the commission was to focus on organizations that provide the benefit to the greatest number of people. So those were 2 things that were said at the outset of their deliberations.
Councilmember Hernandez.
I have a question, and this is for the port. Maybe Kristen, you can answer this question. So in your introduction, Charles, you mentioned that the purpose of the Community Benefit Fund was to serve those communities, determine the communities from that both the port and the city of Hueneme recognize fall within their jurisdiction. So does that mean that it's only Port Hueneme, or what's your definition of community?
So the settlement agreement spells out, as Charles gracefully put out in his PowerPoint, sort of the categorical investments that could be made with CBF funding, but the real spirit of it was to bring the 2 bodies together to look at projects of mutual benefit for and create that sense of collaboration around doing things. So that's why we came up with some of the ideas like murals and statues, and how kind of those out of the box projects that wouldn't really get funded normally in the general fund, but bring the 2 bodies together to really create that collaborative spirit and how we can work on some good things together. I think that was sort of the community that was referenced in these contracts.
Okay, because the
if
reason
that's helpful.
Yeah, the reason I asked, there's been a kind of unofficial policy about this funding that it go to Hueneme residents only, and then we get applicants who are from have an Oxnard address, and then we go through a process of trying to discover whether or not they're serving the Hueneme community. So when we don't really have a mechanism for evaluating that, and I think when we get to the equine organization that's number 1 on here that went, and I watched the CAC committee meeting, so I understand the process that they used in breaking it down into priority 1, 2, and 3. They were just doing it for the ease of discussion, so make it easy for us to decide on what we wanted to move forward. But the equine went through very quickly. I heard another qualifier that let's do things that are new and innovative. So that was a qualifying criteria that I heard come from the CAC. So they had to be Hueneme residents or serve Hueneme residents. We wanted new, innovative programs. I think that's how the equine got in there. And then there were some other qualifying statements that were made about structural improvements, I think. Whether or not there was a precedent for structural improvements, and that had to do with the VFW.
Councilmember, to your question, and I know that we spoke extensively about agreement language and the interpretation thereof. To your question, I'll just cite Section 9 of the agreement to the question of community states the following in reference to what the Community Benefit Fund is to be used from. It says the funds which may be spent on approved projects that benefit both the city and district and the communities they serve. So that's how it's defined in the agreement.
Yeah. So I guess my question was for Kristen, it's like, how do they define communities? But we don't need to split that here tonight.
Be a nice topic of conversation.
Well, I think if we're going to continue to use it for, as criteria for determining funding, I think that we need to get it clear.
Yeah, if I may. I agonize every time we go to community benefit fund negotiations. And I agonize because how could you, not support equine? And then I would say, well, are they going to do it in Wainimi? Are they going to do it at the beach? Are they going to do it in Miranda Park? Where are they going to do it? You know, and so I have a lot of questions.
They have a ranch.
Yeah. So I get it. But again, is it in our community? You know?
Supports our community.
Okay.
But how?
But again, do we have somebody? Oh, great. See, this is exactly what we need. Thank you so much for coming. I mean, I would love, when I first saw it, I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be cool. They're going to do it at the beach. You have a ramp. You'll bring it. No.
No, I wish we could do it at the beach, but there's no horseback riding allowed on our beach here. Thank you, City Council. I'm Kate Rodriguez. I am the Director of Equine Empowerment Foundation. And yes, our physical address is in Oxnard at Rocking Our Ranch on 2797 East Pleasant Valley Road. A hop, skip, and a jump from here, literally. A lot of the residents, or a lot of my clients that we have are Wainimi residents. So we do serve a good portion of our clients are Wainimi residents. And right now we have a therapeutic riding program. So we serve children and adults with disabilities. We are very limited to being only able to serve people that are able to mount from a traditional ramp up into the saddle. We have a lot of, I've had not a lot, but several clients interested in riding that are in wheelchairs that are not able to mount with the traditional mounting ramp. And as we expand our programs, I want to expand into doing equine psychotherapy, which is, and then also adaptive riding for veterans as well, which we have a lot of veterans here in Wainimi that could definitely benefit from our program. So it would definitely serve residents of Wainimi, even though our physical address is in Oxnard, but I am also a Port Wainimi resident, so.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Hernandez.
So are you attached to the thrift store that raises money for equine therapy?
No, that's
here in Wainimi?
That is Reins of Hope, and they are located out in Ojai, or actually Santa Paula now, and they only do equine-assisted psychotherapy. They do not do therapeutic and adaptive riding.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Do you have any questions?
I have a question. There was a category that says nonprofit status. What does CBF define with that?
So the CBF agreement does not specify that monies or applicants for monies need to be nonprofit. The inclusion of that as a category or an article of information for the council's review was born from the process that we went through last year. There was discussion about a focus on providing funds to nonprofits. So it's not necessarily a requirement or a metric. I'm sorry, it's not a requirement. It is a metric that's included for consideration as such requests are reviewed.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you for staying up. I'm little questions in my mind about safety and how do you, when you put somebody who may have lost the use of their legs on a horse, how do you safely secure them and how do you manage that?
Yeah, good question. So we have volunteers that volunteer with our organization that can provide physical support in the saddle for riders, so we can provide physical support on the legs to help balance them in the saddle. We always have sidewalkers with our riders, especially riders with disabilities, just to make sure that they're riding in a safe environment. The horse is always on a lead line with someone else. And then if we're mounting from a wheelchair into the saddle, the safest way is definitely on the mounting ramp. So there is side protection with the rail on the one side and then the opening on the other side for the horse to come in.
How does a horse qualify to be with your group?
They have to have the right temperament. Not every horse has the right temperament. So we carefully select our horses that are being used for therapeutic work. They have to have the right demeanor. They cannot, most of our horses are usually older, bomb-proof. They've been there, done that. Former police horses or former parade horses, barrel racing horses, things of that nature that they've done previously to provide the experience that they need to be able to work with people and remain calm.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you so much. Thank you. Do you all want to move to the next one?
Are we going to take these one by one?
But I'm just asking, what process would you like to use?
Are we go ahead.
Madam Mayor, if you're done with questions, I didn't know if you wanted to.
Thank you so much. Any more questions? Thank you. Public comments?
Thomas Fiala.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp Lopez, Mayor McQueen, Lejean, and the City Council. Thank you, Mr. Vega. Hi, Georgiana. I actually was in high school in 1987 too, by the way. I was a sophomore in high school. Just thought I'd throw that out there. So originally I was going to come up here because there was one of those items that was. So first of all, I want to explain, I'm not here as the VFW. I'm not here representing Reach. I'm not here representing Shell Harbor. I'm just representing me. One of the items that were on there really irritated me, so I was going to come in and comment, but that's been taken off the table, so I'm not even going to worry about it. As far as what Councilman Gama was saying, the VFW did, I put in the request for $10,000, because my understanding is that was the limit, was $10,000, and we actually, it would cost the VFW $120,000 for a new roof. Luckily, we don't need a new roof, but we need about $20,000 for repairs. And I don't even need to go into the whole, what the VFW is all about. You all know, everybody knows. So I'm going to just kind of leave it at that. My understanding it was also part of this was a community type of thing. It was for the community. And though Nate's Place is a great organization, it is in the outside of the city limits, even though it does help a lot. So I was going to come and and give you guys a hard time about something else, but I don't need to do that anymore because that's actually a moot point at the moment. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other public comments?
We just have one written public comment. My name is Isaac Montes. I am a senior at Pacifica High School. I am writing to ask for your support in funding our Recycle Club initiative through the Community Benefit Fund allocations. Our mission is to inspire and empower our community to reduce waste, promote environmental responsibility, and protect our planet through education, advocacy, and hands-on recycling efforts. We are committed to inclusivity, ensuring that individuals of all abilities, backgrounds, and experiences can actively participate in creating a cleaner, greener, and more equitable future for generations to come. The Triton Recycle Club at Pacifica High School is a student-led initiative dedicated to environmental stewardship, vocational training, and community service with a strong emphasis on inclusivity. Established in 2001 as an associated student body, ASB Club, we have created and maintained a flourishing school-wide recycling program, fostering a culture of responsibility, accessibility, and environmental awareness among students. Our club is unique in that it is led by and designed for special education students with extensive support needs, including individuals with autism, Down syndrome, orthopedic, and medical disabilities. We believe that everyone, regardless of ability, deserves the opportunity to contribute to their community, develop life skills, and make a positive environmental impact. We are lively, respectful, loving, and hardworking, proving that ability is never a barrier to making a difference. We are planning to use community benefit funds to gain traditional ecological knowledge from local native cultural bearers. We plan to learn how our Port Hueneme Ocean is honored, cared for, and preserved. We will use the knowledge we learn to share with our peers and community. Please consider and support our initiative. Isaac Montes, Recycle Club member, Pacifica High School. And that concludes public comment.
Great, thank you. Can you say how much that was again? Is there a dollar amount?
Charles will hopefully look it up for me.
Can you bring up that one?
5,000 to 7,500. Their applicant number is 17 on the list.
If I may.
Okay, so let's, as process, so we're not going to do any voting right now because we may get down the list and find something else we want to move around. So let's just take them one at a time. And then after we take them one at a time, maybe we'll come back, then look at them.
Bring them up.
Okay. Does that sound like?
Yeah, can we bring them up on the screen so we can see them?
May I make a comment on the last one we were just talking about? The public comment that we just received?
What number is that? 17. Okay.
So just to be clear, that's not a ranking system. That's 17.
That's ranked.
So they're only ranked by priority group 1, 2, 3. But within the groups, they're not ranked.
Okay. So I have some experience, and I do know that the special ed programs at Oxnard Union High School District, they all manage the recycling on the campuses, I believe. So they already have an established program where they pull all the bottles out of the recyclables, and it's really nice for them. So I'm wondering if this is kind of some planting,
Yeah.
existing budgets, and again, I don't know if it's the right time to
Yeah,
talk about that.
no, let's hold that. That's priority 3. So let's go over to priority 1s, and then we'll make our way. If we need to go down that far, we'll make our way that far.
Okay, then another question, do we have CBF funding city port initiatives like Banana Festival, Health Wellness, are those already in? Did we already approve that for 5 years or?
So this is the start of this year's process, so nothing is technically in until the council recommends it, and then the joint committee agrees on it, essentially. But how we tried to show that is that these priority 1 applications here add up to 55 to 59,000 because the reason why it's a range is because a couple applied for a range. So as much as 59,000, and then what we show below that is with the 30,000 that we recommend of Beach Fest, Banana Fest, and 5K/Health and Wellness Fair. That would take the total of priority 1 plus those 3 initiatives to 89,934.
Can we all agree that Banana Fest, Hueneme Beach Fest, Annual Health and Wellness 5K, can we all agree that let's move on those? Because those seem to me like no-brainers. Like those are community.
Let's not do that right now,
Okay.
but we all know that, those have been on the list. But, yeah, but we've started a process. And so let's just kind of go through the process. Okay, so number 2 is REACH utility boxes. If no one has a question, I do have a question. City Manager, can you help us, because this has been an item on our agenda, and there has already been some discussion about cost and how this was going to be paid for. Can you tell us what that was? Because I was surprised, I think, to see it on the list.
Yeah, I think I understand the surprise. I think that as we talked about sort of separating from REACH and having REACH stand on its own and REACH do their own fundraising, I think that at some point, I don't remember, I don't think it was ever like stated in writing, but I think in some of the conversation with REACH when the council was talking that through, I think one of the ideas was that these projects would be fundraised for and paid for. So technically, when we opened up the application process, anybody could apply for it, but that's something that the council may want to consider is whether, again, just with that ongoing conversation of trying to separate and be separate from REACH and how close we end up being and how much we end up sponsoring the activities. Up until now, since that separation, we've essentially waived fees for fundraisers and things like that. This would be the first time that then we have funding going to REACH again. So that's a conversation for the council to consider.
Great. And I do see they submitted 3 applications, so. And I know they're in the other priority areas. Anybody have any questions about number 2?
I'm good with it.
Anyone? No? Okay, let's move on to number 3. Boys and Girls Club of Oxnard and Port Hueneme. And it's for, you guys see it, $10,000. Any questions? And did I read that this was the youth,
For the
teenage
related
teenager thing?
to the
one
teen
over-
center.
Okay, teen center, yeah.
Enabling field trips and supplies in support of the Hueneme Teen Center.
Okay. So no identified trips.
No, I don't believe there were any specifics. I think it was
Yeah, it
general.
was pretty vague.
Yeah.
It listed a whole bunch of things, but it was just services that kind of already have.
Yeah, and this is a new process, so, just a couple of thoughts would be, one is the council could identify requests for additional information, or some specific questions that, you'd want us to go back and ask each group, it's a new process, so we could still customize it. We just started with a standard application, so.
Yeah, and I do recall having a conversation about the Boys and Girls Club of Greater Oxnard and Port Hueneme. And I think I vaguely remember the conversation being around, do we know if the funding will be in support of our Port Hueneme Boys and Girls Club, or would it go to Oxnard Boys and Girls Club?
Mhm.
So that's just it would go to the Hueneme one?
I do have a question.
Yeah, Councilmember.
Yeah, so just in general, will we be asking the nonprofits to report back on what they actually spend the money on? Is there going to be any kind of an accounting or measurement
Yeah,
of
what we
their
were
accomplishments?
Yeah, what we were planning to recommend to the council would be doing an annual report after, towards the end of the year before next year's funding, and essentially the group would be notified ahead of time that they need to provide an annual report to be eligible for future year funding, so.
Yeah, especially for people
Mhm.
who are coming back, repeat return requests.
Could it be possible that each council member goes through this list, and if there's something that you do not want to support, you write no, and then we could collect the list and have a tabulation that we could come back to?
That's not very transparent. I wouldn't support that.
Well, I'll put my name on mine.
Yeah, no, I'd prefer to have the discussion out. Everybody could hear what the discussion
Okay,
is.
then I would like to move 12 and 13
We're not there
We're-
yet.
out.
We're not
We'll
there
get
yet.
there. We'll
I
get
really
there.
want to get there.
Any other questions for Boys and Girls Club? Okay. Number 4, Hueneme High School Robotics,
I'm good with that.
public, okay. No comments? No comments at all? Okay.
Real
Number
Guppy.
5, Real Guppy,
I'm good.
comments?
Is there any other funding that goes to them?
Not from the city.
They have other sources of
Yeah,
funding.
other
yes.
source.
Okay.
Mhm.
It's like they're double, triple, quadruple dipping?
No,
Oh.
no, I mean, not at all. I mean, Kevin Brandon, if I may, he's not even a paid ED for that, and eventually, I hope eventually he's able to do that, but, yeah.
No, and very exciting, the probation department stepped up big time. So now they're really working with troubled kids in probation and stuff. I was out with them on the pier, but yeah, they're really expanding. I do believe Kevin is paid though.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, Real Guppy. Okay, police department is.
That one was
withdrawn.
pulled, so going to
Okay,
7.
number 7.
No, that's a different, it was not pulled.
Number 6.
The police explorers?
No, not the
No.
Explorers, yeah.
6.
We're skipping to the Explorers.
No, I'm looking on here. We're looking at this list. We're talking about number 6, the Port Hueneme Police Department.
Oh, okay, I'm looking
That
at the
was
slide,
pulled.
sorry,
No,
okay.
number 7, Port Hueneme Police Explorers.
Well, I have a question regarding that, because aren't we giving them the proceeds from the Hueneme Beach Festival now? Aren't they they're getting the?
Yes.
Basically, the Hueneme Beach Festival is for the explorers now.
The Explorers, we partnered with the Explorers where they are able to use the beach festival as a fundraiser, so they do receive revenues from items related to the beach festival.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, any comments?
Okay, never mind. No, it's okay, it's okay. We just, conflict of interest comment, but that's okay.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I don't receive any money.
It's okay. No comment made. Let's move on to number
Mayor?
8, which is, sorry. We'll move on to number 8, which is Nate's Place Wellness and Recovery Center. Comments, please?
I think this is a great thing to support. I'm really pleased with what they do. and how they do it, and hopefully they'll be able to find a new place.
Any other comments? No? And so they do have a scale here for their funding request, so just
I would just,
be aware of that.
if I could,
go ahead.
suggest 10,000 for Nate's place.
I agree with that.
Okay. So let's move on to, so that's priority one. So you all want to just keep going?
Yes,
Let's go down
please.
the list. Okay, great. Number 9 on the sheet here is the Animo Theater production. And so
Can I
I
comment
just
on
need
that?
a little more
Yeah,
information about
so
that.
there's more information in the application. Animo Theater Productions put together, they're a professional production company. They put together Los Braceros, Mariachi Girl, and they were going to do Mariachi Girl here in Wainimi at the Port Wainimi Pavilion, but for some reason the pavilion was not available to them, so they are proposing a new production called I Chihuahua. And the concept behind this was to, it's going to cost way more than $5,000. But the production was to be focused strictly on Wainimi residents. There would be 2 showings, one a matinee and one evening showing. The idea was both showings would be free to Wainimi residents. So that's still the plan. I just wanted to, I think that this would be a good cultural event for the city. I think it's fine at priority level 2. I would like to see it bumped up to priority 1, if possible, if there's money available, because it's such a great production. And it just doesn't serve the Hispanic community. It serves everybody who loves music, who loves performing arts and culture. So it has a wide appeal to the community throughout.
So if we want to talk about conflict of interest, did they not recently give you an award?
No, they did not.
And
And
I
I,
recently awarded with something by that, by the.
I got some flowers and a plaque, but it was not from the organization Animo.
Okay, let's move on.
Who's, I'm trying to find it, and I can't find it. Is there a page number? I want to look at
For
the
the
actual
application, it's
application.
page 15 of 68.
15 of 68.
Yeah, and the footer says page 15 of 68.
It says a lot of things on the footer.
Council member, as you're looking that up, I'll just note the original application was for a different production. So there was subsequent communication with the applicant. And as Councilmember Hernandez indicated, the proposal is now for a different production, I Chihuahua, that would happen sometime in the fall of this calendar year. So the application, if you're looking for that, won't have the most current information.
So is it, I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, go right ahead.
So the process is such that if there's money available, the items under priority level 2 will be bumped up to level 1? Is that the plan?
I think it's up to the council to determine how to proceed. We had direction to put together an application process, so we did that. We took it through the CAC, which I believe we also had direction to go through CAC. They prioritized them in priority 1, 2, 3. When we looked and saw that priority 1 was about $89,000, I think we ended up recommending in the report that it might be a good starting point to just start with priority 1, because remember that there's still a process from here and it goes to the joint committee and usually it comes back and forth a couple of times. So,
Right.
so there'll be, I think today isn't intended to be a ending point, it's a starting point for the process. Obviously, the council could say, well, we want to try to get priority 1 and priority 2 in, and that would be $109,000 of the $130,000 available, and then we'd work with the port. I think the question then would just be clarification, our direction from the council on which items, you know, are the highest priority ones to the council, so that if items then fall off because we go over that $130,000 total, we know which items are the most important to advocate for.
Right, right. And I think it's important at least to go through priority 2, because we may find that this is, so what we are looking at here is the input from the advisory committee, which might not be our decision.
Right.
Right? So
Okay.
I think it's important for us to go through that and just to kind of,
Okay, the
Be
reason I
sure,
asked, I
yeah.
guess I should have said why I'm asking this,
Yeah.
so we could avoid all this extra discussion, is because do I need to ask that it be bumped up now to priority level 1? Do I need to ask the council to do that? If it's not automatically going to happen based on the availability of money?
Yeah.
So,
So that'd be one good process forward, would be give us what the council's priority 1 is now.
Right.
So if there's something on one of the lower priorities that you want on level 1, tell us that.
okay.
If there's something on level 1 that isn't level 1, tell us that.
Okay, let's just go through them
yeah,
all, and then
because
at
I'm
the
not
end,
sure we
I'll
can make a decision until we go through all of
yeah,
those.
let's go ahead and go through all of them, that's fine. Yeah.
Councilmember Gama.
I thought we were discussing Anemo.
Animal.
Animal.
We are.
It's not spelled animal, but
No, animal.
Anemo. Okay, so if you look,
L at the end.
if you look down the details, $2,000 is for Inlook Keck. And just wanted to point that out because, right, isn't,
They're part of the crew, they're part of the production.
So let,
well,
let him
apparently
finish.
Councilmember Hernandez has all the answers on that, so.
Let him finish his comment. Finish your comment.
I just think, you know, buried in this request is $2,000 for Inlatech, which we already fund.
Except they're not being funded.
Yeah, when you say that we already funded them.
They're not being funded this
Hold on a minute,
round.
hold on. We haven't decided what's being funded yet. So you're talking about last year or this current year? This is for next year?
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right, any more other questions regarding Alamo?
Animal.
Animo.
No.
No more? Okay, perfect. We'll move on to the next one then. That would be the VFW. That is $10,000 for materials and labor associated with the replacement of the VFW. Comments? Any comments?
I don't think we should support that.
Okay, comments, Councilmember Hernandez.
I would support it because of the role that the VFW has in our community and the various community programs that they support. And it doesn't say that it can't be included. If you look at the criteria, community development number 2, implementing joint initiatives that foster the community's economic, social, environmental well-being, including but not limited to public infrastructure improvements.
I think we all understand that
Excuse me.
it could be anything.
Okay, so
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 I'm
we're
just
going to go on the
voice-
other side now. Let her finish talking, and then,
I'm just,
We've
Okay.
gone over that many times.
okay.
It could be anything.
But people have the opportunity to have their free thoughts heard, so let her finish what she wants to say. Go ahead.
the reason I brought that up, Councilman Gama, was because that seemed to be a point of discussion during the Citizens Advisory Committee, which I watched twice. And they seemed to think that it wouldn't qualify because it hadn't been done before, but, so I'm pointing that out for that purpose. I do believe the VFW supports the community. They have plans for it to even be a backup location during an emergency, so I support it, and that's all I'm saying at this
Okay.
point.
Great. Any other comments about it? Reach? Okay.
I support it.
Okay, I'm sorry. That was the VFW, I'm sorry. So now we're going to go to number 11 is REACH, and that's $5,000 for development of Walk of Freedom program. Says street light pole banner for veterans. Oh, okay. These are hanging up on the street light poles for veterans. Got it, thank you. Comments?
Support, and are we getting new banners?
Comments? This, it hasn't been approved yet. We're just talking.
but if we approve it, are we getting new banners?
Let's wait till we get there, and then we'll talk about it. But it's not approved, so why would we talk about something that's not even approved yet? Let's do first step one, and then we'll move to step two. Councilmember Hernandez?
I would suggest, because there's another item like this on the list, that we send it back for further review.
And what
'cause there's-
item are you referring to?
Yeah, there's an item submitted way back, on item 15. And
Okay. Okay.
We're screen over here, it looks like the same program,
Yeah,
is it?
But let's get there, because it's number 15, and it's by a different person, so let's just kind of work our way, if you all just let's bear with each other while we get there. So we're on number 11, and so any questions about number 11?
So what I read and what I understood was they were going to use flags to honor our Port Hueneme veterans who served, and they're going to line the light poles with veterans. So yeah, they would be new banners because they would be honoring individual persons.
The reason why I bring it up, because we have banners that we've put up in the past. So is this for the banners, or is this for the cost of personnel, staff to put them up?
It would be to get, from how I read this, it would be new veterans. Who knows?
Mr. Rawlings, do you have some comments, please?
Oh, boy, here we go. Wake him up.
Some brief comments, please.
Wrong guy.
I'm familiar with the city banners that Councilman Gama are talking about. That's a completely different situation. Those are banners that were set up to promote various different city activities and programs along Ventura Road. This particular project is a new project where we recognize strictly veterans who have served that are Port Hueneme residents. So it's a whole new banners, but it's a whole different project.
I do have an additional question. And so how do you ensure that, is it the plan to ensure that all veterans are? How do you do that, and where does the additional funding come from?
Very similar. I think we had the council had a discussion a while back regarding how we would recognize those people who turned 100 years old and how we would do. So very similar, we would have to set up criteria as to how long they lived here, what they served and that type of a thing. So those are, I guess, the details that we'll, as a committee, we'll be developing, and we'll be working with the veterans groups and the Navy to kind of, hone those in so that's something that's positive to all.
Yes. And just one more, I just want to comment. The reason I asked the question, because we are a military city, so that means that we probably have a lot of veterans that have come through here. So my question was really about, how do you ensure you're representing all veterans versus some? And how do you continue to do that? How do you continue to do that?
In the development of this program, there's a number of cities right now that have done this particular thing. So we will probably be lending ourselves to see some of the various different criteria they did. For example, locally, I think Santa Paula is one. There's a number of them, like back east, that they have placed their banners there of their people. I'm just thinking on the top of my head, but obviously the veterans who are the oldest that have lived here the longest would be the first priority, and then you would move from there.
Okay, great, thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Gama.
I would hope to recognize those veterans who paid the ultimate sacrifice, and then perhaps go down the list, those who have been injured in combat, Purple Heart recipients. I mean, the way it's being presented right now, it's very broad, and there's way more veterans than there are available flags. So how many flags are we talking about? I mean, we just don't have all the information I think we need.
Well, I know 5,000 may only just touch on that, so we're going to have some really clear priorities. Some of the things that you mentioned may, within the committee, maybe some of the standards that we develop.
Go ahead.
So my thought process on this is you guys would go through a comprehensive application process where you guys are identifying, rack and stacking, like Mr. Gama said, those who paid the ultimate sacrifice, POWs, MIAs, and these are all residents of Port Hueneme. And then you just keep going down the list via an application process.
Mhm.
Of course, the ones that are no longer here but should be honored that were Hueneme residents, I would assume those would be on the list as well. So I'm assuming that's what you're going to do, right? You're going to go through a comprehensive application process?
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have like some specific criteria that we kind of go through there. I mean, some of the thoughts that have come up by Councilman Gama and yourself and other councilmen would be included into that package as to what the priorities might be. It was a good point. There's probably, and then, there's all sorts of little things like, being able to identify those people, and, working with their families and stuff like that to be able to identify whether they in fact want that to be part of the process.
Thank you.
I mean, it's a very positive thing, but it's a very sensitive thing, and we need to kind of understand that.
Yeah, and on that note, I think it's a great idea, support it fully. However, I think more research needs to be done so that we could get an idea to achieve all the goals that you outlined. It may be more than $5,000. So we're trying to pare down a list. We have too much on the list, so we do have to pare it down. So I'm just maybe, I don't know. Do you understand what I'm saying, though? It's like,
Yeah, no, and this, may be kind of, in essence, what you're saying, the tip of the iceberg. It could be, I mean,
I think
it's a positive thing to recognize as many people as we can,
Yes.
I think what I'm saying is that if we approve this money and it takes you a year to get to the point to expense it, then
Right. Yeah.
maybe we should hold off until you have a complete program.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rawlings? Great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. So we have come to the end, I think, of priority 2. And so just for a process check, I'd like to just ask a question. Looking at priority 3 items, are there anything in priority 3 that you all believe needs to be bumped up to priority 2 or 1? If not, we don't have to go over them.
I do want to comment on 12 and 13.
Okay.
I'm not sure that they need to be bumped up, but I want to share a little bit about the discussion that was had during the Citizens Advisory Council about these projects, and there was some information shared that was not completely accurate about the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, and that the decision to put them in a level 3 was not based on merit, it was not based on criteria, it was based on an individual's understanding of the history of the last mural that we did, the library mural, and this particular organization. So, and there was some concern about the use of local artists. And I just want to clear the record saying that the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, who did the library mural, did seek out local artists. They made every effort to try to get Hueneme artists, but we could not find any. So they had to go beyond Hueneme into Oxnard and even into Ventura to get a local artist. So every effort, when we do these kinds of murals, we certainly do believe and support the idea of using local artists. The issue, why I'm not pushing this up into a higher category is because at this point, we are seeking other sources of funding. It's gonna cost more than $10,000. The other thing is that, and I'm sure Councilman Gama, who really adored Orvine Carpenter, would like to see something like this done, has the rest of the council, is, you know, Orvine had a rich, deep history. He was a community icon. And the whole idea here is to honor this man and honor his legacy in a mural on the building that he's named, that's named after him. But the reason why I'm not going to ask for it to be bumped up is because it still has to go through a History Heritage Heroes Award process, and that's probably in itself going to take about a year. Okay. In the meantime, that'll give us an opportunity to seek out funding for it, but I do want to keep it on the list. I don't want to lose sight of it. But I hope that this is something that the council can certainly support as a continuation of our public art program.
I do not support.
I have a problem with Councilmember Hernandez's description of what lengths went to get Hueneme artists. And, you know, I have said, and I know the art directors of many high schools, and there are amazing, talented artists that would love to come and work on our buildings and stuff. And so I completely disagree with that.
Okay.
And I think we need to put effort into getting the high schools involved and make it community art from community artists.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Perez?
While I agree, Mr. Carpenter did great many things and he served our community, I don't support murals of people. We're community servants. We're not presidents and kings and queens, and he has a building named after him that honors him and everybody uses and everybody knows his name. So I think putting money to another mural I think it's a waste.
Great, thank you. Go right ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm jumping along, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
I had nothing on that.
Okay, so back to the question at hand is level 3 priorities. Are we okay with them being level 3 and we don't need to, there's nothing in there that we want to bump up?
I
And
do.
if there isn't anything, then we'll go back up to the top.
I don't want to bump up, but honestly, I just don't have the energy to consider Oxnard Performing Arts Center Corporation. I just don't.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay,
Mayor Pro
so,
Tem?
yeah, applicant, or number 15, the development of the Veterans of Port Hueneme Heroes Walkway Initiative. Reading that, it looks like it would basically start the process of funding a pathway of a brick honoring the Port Hueneme veterans of our community. And reading that, I actually thought this was a good project to start. Basically, it would start funding. And reading it, sounds like it would work with the city, with city staff to implement a Heroes Walkway in Port Hueneme somewhere, either Bubbling Springs Park, Miranda Park, somewhere where we can, honor our veterans with the brick. So it sounds like this is a pathway to that. Okay. So I would like to bump that up. See if I got any support.
I agree, and I just want to state for the record, Randall Thomas is a friend of mine. I spend every Saturday with him, so if I have to recuse myself, I will.
Okay.
You're not earning any money on it, so.
Okay, so let's do this. Madam Clerk, can we just take a quick vote on, let's make a motion for this one item, and since it's your suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem, you can do it, and then we'll just take a vote.
Okay, well, I motion to bump this up to a level 2.
Which one? Yeah.
Number 15.
And I guess the maximum is 10,000, so we would have to change that.
I'll second that, bumping up to level 2.
Okay. Level 2 at 10,000?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Just for the record on that, so we had advised people that because we expected a lot of applications, we advised them not to request more than 10,000, but it's, there's no firm cap, so it is up to the council.
Let me just say this real quick. So I would expect that as a council, when we look at these items, we're not looking at them holistically as this is what was requested, therefore that is the project. We need to also make a decision whether it's the amount that they submitted, or are we willing to give them something, but maybe not that amount. So a couple of things. So let's make sure we are doing that. Council.
Yeah, so when I evaluate,
So hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We have a motion,
we're
Second.
discussing.
but we have to do the motion
Oh,
first.
okay.
He's got a motion
okay,
on the floor.
Okay, sir.
So I had a motion, I had a second.
You got a second, and we went.
I just want to confirm.
okay.
Councilmember Goma, you were the second? Okay.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have a second, so go ahead. I'm sorry,
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, so my comments on this particular item, or when I look at applications, I look at whether the applicant has matched the criteria that was put out. So the first flag I saw on here was 15,000. Okay, so he's exceeded the request by $5,000. It was like the drone project, $38,000. I mean, that, somebody did not do their homework and read the application. The second thing that raised a red flag for me on here was that he's not a nonprofit. So what's the fiduciary process that's going to be employed here?
It wasn't a requirement.
Well, my question still remains, what's the fiduciary process? We did
Well,
this
with
for-
all,
Excuse me.
Hold on a minute, let her finish.
So with Coastal Keepers, we had the same issue because they were not a nonprofit, but we ended up giving them the money anyway because the port agreed to be their fiduciary agent. So I'm not saying that it's not a good project and that I don't support it, but that if we do agree to do this, that Randall's going to have to find a fiduciary agent to complete this project. And it sounds so familiar to what the Banner program wants to do. So that's why I was hoping that the two entities could come together and come to some agreement and coming up with a plan for recognizing veterans. I would recommend that, I'm fine with you moving it up, but let's do it at $10,000, not 15.
yep, I agree.
Okay.
Did I
Any other
understand that?
Any other discussion? Go ahead.
Did I understand that any recommendation that exceeded 10,000 is only going to go forward at 10,000?
No.
It's up to the council.
Okay.
Okay, we're ready for
Yeah,
vote? I guess.
no other discussion? Okay.
Okay.
And we're talking about, the motion is, again, to move the item to priority 2,
With $10,000.
$10,000.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Mayor
Yes, I
McQueen?
oppose.
Okay, so motion passes 4-1 with Mayor McQueen Lejeune voting no. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and so anything else on priority 3?
I just wanted to mention something on 16, the Hueneme Sister Cities. Again, this was a decision not based on merit or what was not based on information that was included in the application. There was statements made that that the funding just went to city council members so they can go to Puerto Vallarta. That's not the case of this particular application. I just wanted to state for the record that it's for music and literature event at Hueneme Beach, not to send people to Puerto Vallarta.
Great, thank you. Okay, any other item? Any other item want to move? Okay, so that means that, so we've moved Randall Thomas, number 15, up to priority 2. The priority 3s are still priority 3s, so we're not going to be discussing them any further. Okay.
And we missed 13.
No, we talked about those together. That's what I was.
Oh, I
Did you?
didn't.
Okay, so what, you said you had a comment about, do you have another comment about this one?
Yeah,
Number
well, 13, I was just talking about item number 12, but 13, I'll just pass on, knowing the sentiment of this.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we didn't,
the
we didn't
council.
take, we didn't take them one by one. That's why we didn't. do
Oh,
that.
I did.
No.
I thought we were.
Yeah, the
okay.
question was there anything in priority 3 that you wanted to move up?
Okay.
That was the question. Thank you.
Can we ask, like, if there anything in priority 2 that we want to downgrade to 3? To whittle this down?
Yeah, if you want to do that. Yep.
Does anybody,
Is there anything in priority 2 that you want to move down to, or 1? Is there anything in priority 1 or 2 that you want to move down to priority 3?
I'm good.
Anything? Did you have something?
So any item on priority 2 is moving forward?
No.
No, okay, we'll deal with that at another meeting or tonight?
No, not tonight.
Okay, great. All right, we're good.
So process, so we've reviewed items 1, priority 1 and priority 2. We've decided on one item, priority 3. We're not gonna review anything else in priority 3 because no one here wants to move it up at all, them up. So we're good with that. So we're gonna go back to priority, is there anything from priority 1 or priority 2 that you think belongs in priority 3? No? Okay, let's do another process. Is there any, start from number 1, please. Is there anything on the list that you believe the request for funding is an amount and you believe it should be a different amount?
I'm wondering where Banana Festival, Beach Festival, is that gonna be put into the priority ranking?
Yeah, let's
Yep.
look at this. And then we know that from the beginning, we said, we know we have to think about Beach Festival, we have to think about Banana Festival, right?
Yeah, but it should,
Did you have a sheet with that information on it? I thought you had a page that said these items are items.
Yes, it's on page
Can you
7.
turn to that page? please?
7 of?
7.
Sure.
Are you referring to the report or the PowerPoint presentation? It's in both.
This presentation.
Just go back one slide. Yeah. Nope. No.
I think she's asking for the listing of
Right.
these projects right here.
You know, there's one item that's not on here, is the first robotics event that
That's right.
was part of the CBF fund, which is $5,000.
Well, we have to remember
we
the
have-
port is coming back with their list, so they'll probably include that.
but that's in priority number 1, right?
This
No.
is just council list.
No.
Port will bring their own list.
What you're talking about is the Port Hueneme,
That's-
10,000.
we're-
Oh, okay, that's Wainimi Robotics, okay.
Okay. So, any suggestions on the next step before we take it? Any suggestions at all? Okay. No items in 1 and 2 that, priority 1 and 2 that you want to move to 3. So we're just looking at priorities 1 and 2. Can we just go through here really quick? if
Wait,
we
okay,
can?
the Boys and Girls Club, can we get clarity on exactly where the money's, what are we gonna spend the money on? Like, what, I don't think it was crystal clear.
Okay.
I
So
assume it's
can
the
we-
teen center.
Yeah, but that's so broad, like, for what? That teen center is already open. I think if we just whittled it down to what exactly are they gonna expand or
I believe
promote?
it's for field trips and.
It did say field trips, but what are we getting at? What field trips?
You could go back and watch the CAC meeting. The Boys and Girls rep was there, and so that information is available.
Councilmember, it doesn't provide answers to all your questions, but I did just want to clarify, the application does specify, because this came up before, that it will be used for the Port Hueneme Teen Center, and the 2 categories that are referenced are field trips and supplies to support the center. If the council wants additional detail, it's certainly something we can follow up with the applicant and get before making a decision.
I would like to suggest that we get a spreadsheet like you did in the past, which was landscaped, multiple columns, and the columns serve to answer the basic same questions for each category. Because this is really hard to go through,
Yeah.
this format. But again, I think we have a list, but if we could landscape it and then, try to anticipate the questions that we're having so that it kind of speaks to itself. So with Boys and Girls Club, if it's going to be at the teen center, great. So be it, say it.
Right. So let's just do another step. So are we in agreement that priority 1 items are priority 1 items?
Yes.
Yeah,
We're in agreement with that. Okay, great. So let's start with the priority one items and just go down the list and say, are these the amounts that we want to remain for that item?
I think when we approved them, we approved the amounts unless we said differently.
When you say we approved them, we haven't approved
I
them.
mean, well, we approved them to be where they are on the list.
We didn't talk about the funds. I don't think, that's not why. I
Okay,
was
let's
just
go through,
going
okay,
to
let's,
make sure I
let's,
understood
let's
them.
just do it. Okay,
So-
it's just, yeah, we're beating a dead horse here.
I think we've satisfied what we set out to satisfy tonight.
So,
Can we bring it back with a little more clarity and perhaps?
I would not bring it back. I think we need to send it off to the port for their discussion. We're just holding up the process. Okay, let's go ahead with your process.
So let's do this. I'll start from number one, and you just say, if you don't want the amount to change, just say you don't want the amount to change. It's not that hard, and then this will be our, since you've already said priority one is priority one, this will be our priority list, okay? So, number one, equine, that's 493391. Everybody's okay with that? Yep. Great, thank you. There were some, any questions? Everybody's good with that? Number two is REACH, city manager. I did have a question about that $6,000, so if you could help find out what that cost is for. Number three is for $10,000. I think Mayor Pro Temp wants to know a little more about the trip and the materials. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll look at that number later. Wainimi Robotics is $10,000. Any questions? No?
Does that seem accurate? I mean, I have no idea about the program, but.
The only,
I read the application, it's pretty detailed.
it's pretty detailed, but my only concern would be to make sure they have a program, a teacher assigned.
They do.
It's there in the applicant's
I know.
application.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Real
think it's gonna
Guppy,
be every year.
yeah, Real Guppy.
Yes, I'm good.
Outdoor, everybody's good with that?
Mhm.
Okay. Port Hueneme, Police Explorers, there was some conversation about the Beach Fest. Did you want to pick that up, or you have any questions about that?
No,
Or
I
you
just
good?
wanted to make my
Okay.
concern, share my concern.
Is everybody good with the 10,000?
Yep.
Okay. Number 8, Nate's Place.
10,000, I think was what we,
So, somebody motioned to change it to 10,000.
Yeah. Did the city,
I wrote down 10,000, so I think somebody said it.
yeah, so,
I'm good with that.
everybody's good with 10,000?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see, and that's priority one.
and everything else stays on the list
It's
when it goes
priority.
to the port?
Yeah, it's priority
Okay.
2, and we'll add based on what we receive. And so I know you all don't, do you happen to know what that number is without the adjustments?
The number
The
of what
total
priority one
amount.
is, or
Yeah,
priority?
Priority 1.
Priority-
What we just agreed to.
Priority one, I believe, is 55,934.
Yeah, it's up on the screen.
Yeah, so I guess it's the first on that range there.
Okay, and that
If we
includes the
include-
10,000 versus the 15,000.
Yeah, and then if we include the 30,000 for the Beach Fest, Banana Fest, and 5K, that would put us at 85,934. And then priority 2 items would be, I think, adding that one item to the Randall Thomas's item to priority 2. That would be another 30,000 potentially.
Mhm.
So that would put us at a total of, what is that, 119, which is pretty close to or 115, I guess.
115.
So
Okay.
that's pretty close to the top. So
All right, sounds good. Everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Does it include the Beach Fest and the 5K?
Yes,
Yeah?
that does.
Okay, good. Checking.
Okay,
And so I know there were a couple that more information was asked for. Since there is more process to this, we'll get that information and share it in the meantime while it's still kind of routing through the process.
okay, great. Okay. Okay, so is there the recommendation is to review applications for funding from the Community Benefit Fund, taken into consideration and recommendation provided by the Citizen Advisory Commission, and offer guidance to the council representatives on the city and port. I think we've done that. City Manager, is there a motion to approve or accept the recommendation of these items and what we've given to the city manager?
So moved.
Second.
Great, thank you. Any further discussion? No. Madam Clerk, can we take a roll call, please?
Roll call. Councilmember Gama,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Hernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Perez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez,
Yes.
and Mayor McQueen LaJean.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move to item number 10, recommendation for city council to direct staff to draft an ordinance restricting the sale of and distribution of nitrous oxide.
Thank you. I'm going to say something I haven't yet today, which I think this item will be quick and simple. What we're doing today is we aren't asking for an ordinance to be approved yet. And so we don't need to get super into the weeds. What we're looking for is general direction. And the idea being that we've identified an issue. We're asking for the authority to have the city attorney's office spend some time drafting an ordinance, but just sort of as a standard procedural issue is the city attorney works for the city council. So we're asking the city council to authorize the city attorney to draft that ordinance for us. And so the subject is essentially nitrous oxide use, or actually the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide. We've been seeing a dramatic increase of usage of nitrous oxide by youth in our community. It's something that it's a world I didn't really know about. I've always seen these little canisters that are shown in the picture, and I thought that they were just things people bought for their cars, but apparently you can see some of those look like almost like candy labeling or things like that, and apparently it's actually essentially advertised, even though it's not supposed to be, and sold to youth for use as an illegal substance. And so it's something that we've noticed. It's something our police department's been dealing with and responding to, and we have gotten to the point where we want to find other tools to try to address this issue. I was going to give an opportunity, if the chief's still here, and I think he is.
He's here.
Yeah, for the chief to just talk a little bit about what the officers are seeing and why this is really an issue that we need to tackle. And so, Chief, do you want to speak a little bit about?
I also see a paint can down there, and I know we pick a lot of that up on the beach, and these canisters as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was shocked myself when I came back as chief to see just how much use is out there. There's also a lot of youngsters I know in this community, in several of the neighborhoods, where the friends are using it, and they will openly tell you, you can see the drastic difference in their friends after just months of huffing, because it becomes such a prolific, easy, quick high. We have sections, well, I'll even back up to this. I backed an officer on a call in Marina Village, and I couldn't figure out what the female suspect was that was doing as we're approaching. He goes up, and I get out of my car, and she turns away from him to continue huffing to the last minute until he walks up and takes it out of her hand. It's become that addictive of a high, and all the officers can give you examples of that. And you'll find youngsters sitting on curbs behind cars huffing, and then they put the canister down there. So it's a brain cell killer. What we have sections in place in the state to use for possession, and the officers are utilizing it. There's really limited on what we can do to the retailers who are selling these to kids when they shouldn't. So that's where we're asking for the help here, is how do we stop them from getting out of the shops in town? Anything else on that?
And if I may, prior to this, I did some extensive research on what, where the juvenile, the youth in our community, where they're accessing this. So I went to every single smoke shop, if you will. I'm not saying smoke shop to include cannabis dispensaries. It's just a traditional smoke shop in regards to nicotine products, tobacco products, things like that. So smoke shops, every single one in our city sells it. and along with the balloons too. A lot of the times with those canisters, as you see on the top, there's the little nozzle. The product that comes out of it is way too cold to put your mouth on it, so they take these balloons and then they refill it, and that's how they use it to essentially get their high. And so with every single smoke shop in our city selling it, I think that's an important thing to tackle.
Thank you. Yeah, it's such a thing I'm not used to, that when I first saw the ad for it, they advertise them different ways, but one of the things we saw was they called it like a whipped cream recharge recharger. But then you read the description and it literally says, like, this is how they're advertising it, is this whipped cream recharger will take you on a trip, or, you know, things like that. And it's so obvious that it's really a drug. And so, and it's being marketed with the bright colors and, like, you know, kid-friendly graphics and things like that, so.
Yeah, it was interesting because I was like, I'm going to ask the question, are they selling it here in Port Hueneme? Then I said, no, I'm not going to ask that silly question because, no, they're not selling it here in Port Hueneme. But they are selling it here in Port Hueneme.
Correct, yeah. I was just curious one day, and so I just went to every single smoke shop that we have, and every single one is selling it behind the counter.
I think this is a really strong step forward for our city, but I also think we need to reach out to the city of Oxnard. I mean, so, it's not at that smoke shop. You just go across the street, it'll be at the other smoke shop in Oxnard. So, and then we should probably even elevate this to the county and then hopefully to the state, because it all makes sense to me now. I can tell you so many of these there's little bottles, there's big bottles, but we pick them up on the beach all the time.
It's a great point. And other cities in California are doing the same thing right now. We've actually looked at some other ordinances. So you're right, for the county, let's be leaders in public safety, folks, and let's grab it and run with it, and then be the example for some others.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilman.
Thank you, Officer Fromm, for your report, and Chief. So if vape shops, smoke shops are selling this from behind the counter, what are they selling it for?
Obviously, people that are coming and buying it, they're not explicitly saying what they're using it for. The intended purpose of these, like was previously stated, is technically a food grade product. It's whipped cream. Every single canister that you'll see, they're all flavored individually. You'll see everything from mango to, cotton
Okay,
candy.
so, sorry to interrupt, but, so I guess I'm trying to get at, does it have a utilitarian value to, using a vape cigarette or, a vape device? And then, is it associated with their product that they're actually there to sell? Okay.
No, not at
right,
all.
thank you.
When we looked at other city ordinances, other cities will exempt them for their actual allowed uses, which is like nitrous oxide for a car to make your car faster. Or
That's a whole nother issue.
Yeah, which, we're not necessarily encouraging that anyway. But like I said, the other one was like, as they call it, like a whipped cream recharger, which is, I guess, to actually recharge your whipped cream dispenser devices. And so there are like exceptions for, in most of the ordinances we looked at, it's something that we'd look at doing is there's exceptions for those legitimate uses. But obviously, if you're buying it for your car, you're not buying a flavored, mango flavored from a smoke shop for your car.
Or providing the balloons.
Correct.
puffing balloons.
Right.
Yeah, I've seen that, I've
Yeah.
seen that.
Well, one of our smoke shops had the balloons right above the canisters themselves, so they know what the purpose is when they're selling these things.
Yeah.
I have a question, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
So how is this being allowed? It's obvious a flavored product is used for consumption. So how is this even legal? I mean, I don't understand how it's just so.
The limitations on even what they're, like, it's just a log, right? The BMP section requires them to log their sales of it. This is why somebody's got to care. This, exactly what you're saying. It's like somebody's got to pay attention and care. So we can do it local levels, and then they can take it bigger, but we can control what we can control. So we can do something in the immediate as fast as we move on this and get ours in place, and then hope others start following.
The legitimate uses are typically in a little silver bullet type looking thing, and I know at Anna Cappuccino, that's how they get the cream to
Grade
be
ones.
whipped cream. And they're individual shooters, and they last for probably 30 dispense, and then put another one in. But I mean, these things, they absolutely have a mouthpiece that you suck on, and or you put a balloon on, and we've been finding balloons, canisters, and now it all makes sense. So yeah, we need to ban this stuff.
There's lots of things in the retail market that started out with good intentions and that were modified for bad intentions.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Mayor Pro Tem.
So if we do enact an ordinance, are we going to prohibit the possession of this item to an 18-year-old? Like, let's say, someone who's 17 years old is huffing this, and you guys roll up on him, and what's going to happen?
We already have that in place. We are protected by California Penal Code in regards to, using it for illicit purposes. So if I roll up, say, someone behind the library, for example, I've literally pulled a balloon out of someone's mouth because they're using it for illicit purposes, and that person then got charged with the 381 section. So luckily we have that in place. I think the intent of this is to ban the sale in the city altogether.
Stop the supply.
Correct.
Got it.
If
Thank
some
you.
youngster, there's kids as young as 14, 15, 13, it's devastating what it's doing to the brain. Just stop them from just walking up 2 or 4 blocks to pick up a canister because they got enough money together. This is what we're trying to stop.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Any public comments?
No public comments.
Okay. Before us, we have a recommendation to direct the city attorney to draft an ordinance prohibiting the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide within the city of Port Hueneme in an effort to enhance public safety. Is there a motion and a second?
So
Move to second.
Any further discussion? Madam Clerk, can you take roll, please?
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll move to item.
Can I be excused for a moment?
Sure. We're going to move to item 11, broadband master plan update. Will staff please present the report?
Yes, thank you. Sorry, Aaron, you got a tough meeting. So, so I'm going to introduce Aaron, our IT manager. I think just before I do that, I want to quickly note that one of the things we're trying to do right now is we have some master plans that are adopted, and those master plans have projects. And we're trying to look at those projects realistically and look at those projects particularly against our sort of our preliminary budget numbers for the next couple of years, and try to figure out when and how we can implement some of those projects. But it's also, some of the plans had been drafted several years in the past where I think maybe there was a different economic climate. And so I think we're trying to look at these master plans realistically and really look at which projects are achievable. I can tell you there is one master plan that had talked about creating a new department with a whole new team, and looking ahead, I don't see how that's really economically achievable in the next couple of years. So we're just trying to look at all the master plans, be realistic, but also try to start planning for them so we could actually start implementing some of the goals of those plans. So with that in mind, we asked Aaron, our IT manager, to start looking at the broadband master plan and sort of look at the goals in that plan that we can accomplish now, which ones might have to be accomplished a little later, and then ultimately if there's some goals that we are recommending removing from the master plan. And so with that, I'll ask Aaron to walk us through that.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city staff, and members of the public. As City Manager Vega mentioned, part of the review that we did in this was because this plan seemed to have been developed at a time when that was a significantly different economic environment. And also, at the time the plan was developed, there was no funding mechanism in place to accomplish some of these goals. We've reviewed some of the solution, or the plans that were in there, and those are gonna be the concentration of tonight's presentation, is recommendation on the 5 specific phases that were developed. Again, this was developed in 2023. Phase 1 is the Ventura County Middle Mile Project that was called out, and that is an existing project to bring a backbone internet throughout the county. There are current efforts in place along the 126 freeway, Simi Valley, and Upper Ojai to produce this backbone. It will not be direct connections for the public. It will be the backbone to carry all of the internet traffic into the LA larger basin area and out to the World Wide Web. City staff, myself primarily, are still members of the VCOG Broadband Working Group, and so I continue to advocate for bringing additional resources into the city of Port Hueneme if we do have some opportunity to develop that. So the recommendation for phase 1 is to retain this phase. Phase 2 is specifically regarding city facilities, recommended connections between the library, the community center, City Hall, Public Works, and the housing building. It also calls for enhancement of services at the Hueneme Beach Park for both economic and tourism. One of the things that was missing from the recommendation was the fact that City Hall, Public Works, and housing buildings are already connected by fiber that the city owns. It has been in place. The branch library is not a city resource specifically, but they do have a significant broadband connectivity there already. And then in reference to the Hueneme Beach Park, City Council recently approved the services from SCAG on the LATA grant with the plan to develop increases at the Hueneme Beach to address some of the needs that we have there. We've already begun interviewing key stakeholders from the area, in part it has included city staff for our projects to potentially put cameras at the beach. We need to support our Hueneme Beach Festival. There's been significant challenges for vendors who have presented or provided services there. They're unable to use, even with, Verizon brought in a device to supplement services. Costco brought in a device to supplement services, but they still struggle at those locations. And some of the resources that the city utilizes for the beach parking machines could significantly benefit from increased bandwidth at the Hueneme Beach Park. So we're recommending that we reduce the scopes on phase 2. The details of the funding were not broken out to the level that we would have liked on this event, so we don't know the exact difference in the amount that would be utilized for this phase, but specifically the city buildings have already been connected, so that's a significant reduction in that price. And part of the LATA grant would include seeking funding on behalf of the city to provide the services that they identify for that region. Phase 3 is an integration of schools and the city network was a recommendation. When staff contacted the school district, they indicated they are already significantly served by internet and didn't find that partnering with the city would provide any benefit to them. So we were recommending that we remove phase 3 from the plan. Phase 4 is a term they use of diversity, and we are recommending that we retain this plan. It wouldn't change from the initial plan, but what staff are continuing to explore is options to expand the way that we can connect our anchor institutions, which would include City Hall, Fire Department, community center potentially. And so we recommend that we retain this phase, and staff will continue to work on options to provide diversity to the internet connectivity that services our buildings. And then Phase 5 was Hueneme Bay. There was a significant area there at Hueneme Bay that was considered unserved or underserved based on the California Public Utilities Commission standards for internet service. The board of directors at the HOA have already selected a vendor to serve as a replacement for their fiber optic services there. The city has additionally approved an application to construct a cell tower to service the residents at Hueneme Bay. And that combination of services will significantly increase the level of service for those areas, and so we'll remove that area from the unserved or underserved status. So the recommendation for Phase 5 would be that we would remove this phase from the master plan. The master plan also included a dozen next steps that were recommended. The first one was the creation of an advisory board, and at this point we would recommend that that is an unnecessary step since the city staff are already in countywide committees, and with the reduction of the scope of work for the other phases, the need for an advisory committee seems to no longer exist. Steps 5 and 6 discuss creating an enterprise fund and financing strategy. Staff is recommending that the city not pursue becoming a municipal service provider, so there's not a need for an enterprise fund. The phase projects that are remaining are exactly that. They are projects and not ongoing services, so we don't recommend that we would need an enterprise fund or a funding strategy for that. And then one of the final steps that was recommended was a donation of surplus equipment to help the community that may be underprivileged and not have access to those things. But in my personal experience in the past with trying to do that for the city, the equipment that we're getting rid of is not usable equipment. The reason we're taking it out of service generally is that it is not. It may have made sense if we had stuck with the IT master plan of replacement at a 3-year schedule, but with the current replacement schedule we are considering due to the financial situation, equipment's not going to be usable. When we did do it in the past, much like the previous discussion, we had applicants, and we wanted to consider applicants for the surplus equipment to be members of the city of Port Hueneme, and so we gave them the priority for that. Then we went and picked the nonprofit organizations within the city who had applied, but by the time we got them their list of potential equipment, they just didn't even want to pick it up any longer. So it's certainly more environmentally friendly for us to recycle that equipment. So we recommend not donating surplus equipment. And so in summary, we recommend that the City Council approve the amendments to the plan, which would result in an estimated reduction of future project costs of approximately $4,293,000. We would accept guidance from the City Council on any adjustment of the recommendations, and then eventually staff will return with a consent item to summarize the changes that we make here tonight. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
Any questions? Mayor Pro Tem?
In phase two, we, the last mile there's a program, Last Mile, that goes to Wainimi Beach. Is any of that factored in phase 2? Because that was grant money, from what I understand.
There is not a current grant that the city has applied for. Part of the LATA grant would be to take advantage of those grant opportunities if we can identify a project to actually develop and bring broadband internet to the Wainimi Beach Park.
Okay. And then, has there been any private entities wanting to put cell sites near the beach, you know, near Bard? Because there's like really no reception in some of these areas.
Yeah, and there's not been any entity that has come to the city asking for that outside of the one cell tower that was placed at the Wainimi Bay area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have just a quick
go ahead,
question
Councilwoman Hernandez.
for Aaron. Aaron, thank you for all your work on this and staff. It was a really good job, and it's such an important element for us to be able to deliver this kind of service to our community. You know, I sit on VCOG, and I hear about lots of different grant opportunities, but you're also on the subcommittee, right?
Yes.
For broadband?
Yes.
So you're getting all this information, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm running to city manager whenever I hear a grant, but I guess I don't need to do that if you're already getting that, right?
I'm participating. If you have a different line of information that may be helpful, the city manager can pass along to me. I
Okay.
welcome the information.
All right, well, I'll just continue doing that and make sure it gets down to you. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, are there any public comments?
No public comments.
Great. We have before us a recommendation to receive an update regarding the city's broadband master plan and approve recommended amendments to the plan resulting in a reduction of future project costs of approximately $4,293,000. May I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please take a roll call.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. We'll move over now to our city manager comments and reports.
Thank you. I'm going to try to keep them very quick. Where's the clicker?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So quickly, we have a few good news items we wanted to share and some recent happenings. Obviously, the big one is we started the reopening of the Bubbling Springs Park with a kickoff celebration with Port Wainimi Little League on April 12th. And so we wanted to just share some photos from that and remind the community that the baseball fields, snack bar, and the exercise path with the exercise equipment, the dog parks are now open. And then in the next couple of weeks, the playground and the multi-use fields will be coming online as well. And so with that, we wanted to remind people, Ned from the library attended earlier and announced it, but we wanted to give the reminder that the library is planning their reopening with the unveiling of the city's first art project, a community mural, on May 3rd. And we're going to be announcing in the next couple of days that we're going to do sort of a tour with a ribbon cutting just before that event at some of the new items that are opening up at the park. So we'll post that and invite everybody to join us for either the library mural or park reopening on May 3rd. So, additionally, we just wanted to highlight the same day we were doing the baseball field opening, we're still continuing a tradition that we've had of the annual spring extravaganza. And there were several hundred people who attended and participated in the egg hunt and other events. And so that was a great event at Miranda Park that we expect to continue on into the future. We also have two upcoming things to put on your calendar. One is mentioned earlier, the Arbor Day and Earth Day celebration by planting 3 Coast Live Oak trees in Bolker Park will take place this Wednesday at 11 a.m. Again, that's at Bolker Park, even though we noted that we're also going to plant trees around the city. We're inviting the public to join us at Bolker Park to celebrate the planting of the 3 Coast Live Oak trees. And then before I move on, the 2025 Wainimi Hero Award nomination period has opened. Their nominations are due by May 26th. Here we have the photos of last year's co-winners, Kevin Brandon and George. What did I set myself up to say his last name? Mughadam. George from the Pavilion, as we all know. So we have that deadline approaching, and one more, which is we are doing our short-term rental community survey. We do have over 160 responses so far, but it's still open until May 16th. We're trying to keep getting feedback, and so anybody who hasn't taken the survey, even if they haven't impacted you yet, you can take the survey and say that. So whatever feedback you have, we're taking it till May 16th, and the link and QR code are there on screen. And then lastly, looking ahead to May 5th, we have 3 presentations scheduled that meeting: Police Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week, the Mental Health Awareness Month Proclamation, and the 55th Annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week Proclamation. And then we have a pretty full agenda with public hearings and business items. We have we have our annual cannabis development agreement reviews. We have our first review scheduled for that meeting. We also have our first budget workshop review scheduled at that meeting. The item that was requested at last council meeting for it's a little broader. We had written it down as motorized vehicles on the pier, but it's actually a little bit broader than that. It's more about just vehicles, wheeled items on the pier. So we'll bring that item back and explain what the rules are and explain and follow up on that item. And then we just have a notice of completion for that major sewer project that we completed. That was the big project going through the main line through straight down Ventura Road. So those are the items currently scheduled for May 5th. And that's everything I have.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to requests for future agenda items. Any requests for items? Councilmember Perez?
We do councilmember reports and comments?
Oh, I'm sorry. I took notes under that and just missed it. Sorry. Councilmember reports and comments.
If I may, yes, egg extravaganza. The greatest thing about that is Miranda Park is alive and well. In addition to the hundreds of kids chasing down eggs, Rich Rollins and his pickleballers are out there in force. And I must say they are very well behaved, and they're very patient, and they wait in line, and they have a lot of conversation going on. So it's really cool to watch, and so I appreciate that.
The pickleballers are well behaved. Is that what you?
Yeah, the pickleballers are well behaved. Yeah, just take out their. Yeah, but again, it's just seeing a park full of energy and smiles and activity. It's just a great feeling. So I really appreciate the fact that we got the coastal oak trees going in the ground. They're a native tree. They're drought tolerant and they're beautiful. And yes, they're my favorite. And I noticed out front here we planted 2 coastal oak trees, and I keep forgetting to mention it to you, but one of them is doing really good, and the other one's doing kind of good. I mean, that's a stretch, so maybe there's something treatable there. April 29th, let me back up. April 26th at the South Oxnard Library is the premiere for Orman Past, Present, and Future. It's at 2 p.m., so hoping y'all could come and check it out. It's pretty good. And then April 29th, we're having the Sand Summit. It's a Zoom event, so if anyone's interested in that, please give me a call or an email. I just want you to know that there is a constant flow of sand from the land into the ocean. Watershed runoff and bluff and hillside erosion bring sand to the beach. Sand grains travel southward down the coast while finer particles of sediment are carried and deposited further out to sea. Along the way, sand is washed ashore or temporarily rested on beaches. So if you're interested in sand, you could come to the Sand Summit. And I really appreciate where Beacon is going, particularly on this subject matter. Since I've been involved in Beacon over the last 6 years, it is really about education and getting each regional participant, city, county, to understand their sand issues in their area. Because before, many people try to treat the whole coast of California as one, and it's not. It's very complicated. And if you want to learn about sand, come to the Sand Summit, April 29th, 9:30 a.m., I believe. It's a Zoom event. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So next week, I'll be attending the Clean Power Alliance Annual Conference Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then Wednesday, I head off to Palm Desert for the Southern California Association of Governments Conference, which is on Thursday. Well, it begins late Wednesday night and then Thursday and Friday. So I'll report back on that. Our next meeting, I was really happy to attend the Bubbling Springs opening. Great job to staff for organizing that and putting it together. And it was a lot of fun. It was just with the whole council out there, and we missed you, Mayor,
Yeah, I
but
know. I missed
it was a fun time. So thank you, staff, for putting all that together. And I'm so glad to see that park opening. Everybody's so excited about it. It's just great. I also attended the Grocery Outlet anniversary celebration with Fidel Jacobo, and lots of people attended. It was a good time to offer our congratulations, and I want to extend my thanks for his service to our community for the past year. I also attended Public Safety Night, where Balsatar Tapia was recognized as our local police officer of the year, and just want to extend my congratulations to Sergeant Tapia for his accomplishments. I understand it's Admin Assistance Day on Wednesday, so thank you to all the admin assistants. Georgiana, I don't know if you're considered an admin assistant, but to all our administrative staff, just want to say thank you for all your hard work and supporting our city's leadership. We really appreciate it here. And I just wanted to also ask if we could close the meeting in honor of one of our residents who passed away, Jackie Lou Cates. Some of you may have remembered she was here as a member of the public talking about some issues she was having on her street with people parking cars and trucks on their front lawn. Unfortunately, she had a heart attack a couple of weeks ago while I was away and passed away. But she was an awesome woman, and she helped lead the food share effort every Friday at the Wainimi Church on 5th Street. She helped coordinate all the volunteers there, so she'll be deeply missed, and that's Jackie Lou Cates. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, you took a lot of some of my stuff I had, but I will say 14 April 2025, the Oxnard Council of Knights of Columbus, 750 held its annual Public Safety Night Awards, and I did want to congratulate our very own PhD Sergeant Baltazar Tapia for being selected Supervisor of the Year. But what's cool about this is he was selected by his peers and colleagues for his leadership and professionalism. So that says a lot about Sergeant Tapia. Thanking him for keeping our city and Ventura County safe. I know he's a part of the retail theft, so congratulations to him. And city staff, Madam Mayor, you were missed. It was a great showing, so great job coordinating with Port Hueneme Little League, and it was just a fun, energetic Saturday. Wish you were there.
Me too.
I did attend the Ventura County Tax Foundation forecast for 2025. A lot of doom and gloom with tariffs in the air. So it's very, they were very cautious with uncertainty with what's going on nationwide. And the only other thing I have is May 9th, the Captain Rosemary Bryant Mariner Outpatient Clinic on Ralston. It's the VA outpatient clinic. They're going to be having an open house. They're going to have veteran benefits information. The VAB, VET center reps will be available for anyone who would like to attend and have questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I too participated in the Knights of Columbus Oxnard, Public Safety Night, and got an opportunity to congratulate Sergeant Tapia. It was really nice to be there. We were surprised to be there, but it was nice that we had a few of us there to support him that night. So we did that. Mayor Pro Tem and I found ourselves together at the VC Public Works Hueneme Road widening event. So that was pretty interesting. I originally thought it was going to be some work in actual Port Hueneme, but it's past on the other side of, I think, Savers Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have reached out to the county when they had announced that. We reached out about doing a similar one here in Hueneme, and we are working on that. They had they had agreed, and we had sent some dates back and forth. So there should be one here, and we'll announce that when we get it.
Oh, great, thank you. I also participated in the community stakeholder engagement meeting, the Navy test information session that was put on by Navy Surface Warfare Center regarding the testing that's going to be going on from now through the end of the summer with their unmanned vehicles. And so got an opportunity to do that. If you get an opportunity to go out and whatever can be shown, if you have an opportunity to see that, do that. We actually met at the docks there behind Real Guppy, and they had about 40 unmanned units out there, and they had about 50 to 60 people out there that were going to be using like battery operated, or however they do it, to kind of computers to kind of drive them around outside, out through the out through that area, out to the ocean. So that's what they're going to be doing. So anyway, if you get an opportunity to do that and see that, it's amazing. And by the way, Port Hueneme is really the center of excellence for unmanned vehicles. So that's really a good thing that we have around here in our area. I got a chance to attend the extravaganza, which was very, very nice. So I was happy to be back at an event. So that was nice. And then I got a letter in the mail a couple of weeks ago that told me that I better have an inspector come and look at my EV charger, or my permit was going to cancel. And that was done back in 2023. I had hired a company to do that, and so I was surprised to see that they had not done the closeout of my permit.
Yeah.
So so they came on the last day that I had to have it done before it was going to be canceled. So anyway, so got that done. The guy came over really nice. I guess he was a contractor.
Our building.
Yeah, building contractor. And so yeah, it was really nice, and it took just a few minutes and gave me the documents that I needed for that. But I'm back. My weekend time is my time again, so I'm looking forward to being able to participate in some of the upcoming city events. So, okay, so we'll move on to the next item, requests for future agenda items. Do you have anything?
No.
Anything? Okay, I don't have anything. Great. And so if nothing else, we're going to adjourn this meeting in the memory of Jackie Lou Cates. And our next meeting will be Monday, May 5th at 6:30.
Very good.
Meeting
Thank
is
you.
now adjourned.